Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Good morning. Is it just me, or does everyone else's screen also look odd?
You're not alone, honorable person. Good morning.
Good morning. Okay.
Morning, Honorable Nalumango.
Yes, Chair.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm good on yourself. I'm gonna try and log in on my, you might see another gadget from me coming in.
Okay. You'll have to log out now with the other one so that we don't have two gadgets.
Correct.
Good morning. Yeah. Okay. Good morning, Honorable Paulsen.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning,
Morning.
committee members. Good morning to the officials from eThekwini and Gqeberha.
Yes. Yeah. Good morning. Good morning. I don't see other members. Oh, Honorable Mkize, good morning.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, and good morning to everyone.
Morning.
Yeah,
Morning.
good.
Morning, Tata. Who else? Not sure whether Oga Kumalo is Honorable Kumalo. Because I see Oga Kumalo. Just checking who else is in the meeting. Okay. Other members have not yet joined.
Morning, Chairperson.
Good morning. Who's talking? Someone is saying good morning. Oh, Mr. Bukoseni, good morning.
Morning,
Good
morning,
How
Chair.
are you, Tata?
I'm well, and good morning to all the members.
Yeah, morning. I'm still checking my members if they've all logged in. Okay. Let's see. Morning, Honorable Temba. Honorable Temba.
Good morning, Chair. How are you?
Ndiyaphila tata, unjani wena?
Ndiyaphila.
Ndiphethwe yi-flu qha, yo.
Oh, shame, Chair. Sorry.
Yeah, kodwa ke one must soldier on.
Yeah, we must. Is this cold
Yeah.
front? Eh?
Yeah.
It's cold today. Yeah, it's cold.
Ne?
Mm.
Yeah, even here in Gqeberha, the weather is not weathering.
Oh, you're not around. Are you home?
We'll see you tomorrow.
Oh, you're coming tomorrow. Oh, for budget,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. See you tomorrow.
No, get well, Chair. Take care of
Thank
yourself.
you.
Don't run around. I know you are busy.
Yeah. Hey, we are busy, my brother. We
Yeah,
are
we are
busy.
busy. Mm.
Yes.
You see, now I can't go back there. Oh, Chair, what's happening here?
Now you are fine.
Oh, we are fine.
Yeah, you are fine. You can just mute your mic. Yeah. You are fine. We don't want to hear your ndabas.
Okay, Chair.
Morning, Honorable Makasi. Honorable Makasi.
Morning, Slalo.
Unjani sisi?
Ndiyaphila, akho nto Slalo, kunjani?
Ndiyacenga. Ndilala ngomhlonyane.
Hayi, noba saba nefiva nathi siyabhodola apha kunethi ureyini namhlanje.
Yo, nisithe ninxibe nizisithise. Nizisithise. Mna ke andazi ke andikwazi nozisithisa, ndingumntu we-asthma, andikwazi unxiba shushu.
Hayi ke, noxhuzula.
Tyho. Just trying to see. Okay. Mama Khumalo akakangeni. Honorable Beach akakangeni. Honorable De Block akakangeni. Honorable Managa akakangeni. Morning, Honorable De Block.
Good morning, Chair. How are you?
I'm good, and how are you?
Very well, thank you.
Thank you. Let's see. Honorable Manaka, good morning. Dr. Manaka, good morning.
Good morning, Chair, and the rest of the members who have joined and our staff members. Morning, how are you?
I'm good, my sister. And how you are good?
I'm very, very well. Thanks for asking, Chair. Very well.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
Bye, my sister. Habiso Dlamini and Yamkela Mbokoto, switch off your videos. Mute your videos. Thabiso Dlamini, mute your video. Yamkela Mbokoto, mute your video. Good morning, honorable members and colleagues that are in the platform. Time now is 9:30. We are going to start with our meeting. I am going to switch off my video for purposes of connectivity. However, when the speakers speak, they will have to switch on the video and switch it off again so that we can see their faces. I want those who does not know me to see my face. Honorable members, we began briefings on waste management in metropolitan municipalities due to rising public dissatisfaction with litter and waste services. Many metropolitan municipalities have integrated waste management plans and bylaws that are not being implemented. This is evident in the persisting illegal dumping, inadequate waste infrastructure, waste fleet management, low waste diversion, and slow progress on source separation. The Auditor General report has exposed severe failures in waste management, from unregulated landfill sites to settlements built on unrehabilitated landfill sites that have been closed, poor fencing, or non-compliance with post-landfill closure norms and standards. These municipal failures undermine citizens' constitutional rights to an environment that does not harm their health or well-being. To compound the waste management problem, there are weak inspections and landfill sites there are weak inspections of landfill sites, with the AG in October last year indicating that the Eastern Cape has the lowest landfill site inspections of only 26%. The current state of waste management in the municipalities with which the Portfolio Committee has interacted, including the presentations before us today, indicates that opportunities for the circular economy and reduction of greenhouse gas emissions are not being utilized. Waste management extends beyond the cleanliness of the environment and streets. It is essential for creating economic opportunities and sustainable urban development. The Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment and SALGA have indicated how they support municipalities in improving waste management. However, honorable members, the outcomes on the ground show less progress or regression in some municipalities. So the portfolio committee has thus called for these briefings as there is a need for stronger oversight and accountability in tackling the growing waste crisis. We aim to safeguard environmental rights in Section 24 of our Constitution, promote public health, and encourage the transition to a circular economy. This right must be upheld when handling waste in our metros as directed by legislative and policy frameworks. I look forward to constructive engagements, particularly on how municipalities maximize the use of available resources towards solutions. Each municipality, therefore, honorable members and colleagues, will be allocated 30 minutes for presentation, and they should focus on core issues. I think, let me emphasize on that in that 30 minutes, you should focus on core issues. So with those few words, honorable members and colleagues, I welcome all of you in this meeting. Ki, can you flight our agenda? Can you flight our agenda, Ki?
Yes, Chair. I am looking for it now. It disappeared. I had it. Oh, yeah, got it. I've got it.
Okay.
Hello, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. I have received apologies from the minister and also from the deputy minister. Chi, I'm checking from your side. Did you receive any apologies?
Yes, Chair. The additional apologies are from Deputy Minister Swartz and DG Ms. Shabalala. Darren Arendt says he's got a bereavement. His mom passed away. So if members can send condolences to him. And then Dr. Manaka said he might be cut off because he's traveling, but around 10 he would be settled and be in the meeting. Those are the apologies, Chair. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Chi. Let us extend our condolences to Darren, one of our officials who lost his mother. Please, Chi, send our regards. And also, honorable members, we have lost one of the chairperson of the portfolio committees, Honorable Lungi Tabashe. She was the chairperson of the portfolio committee on tourism. We also would like to extend our condolences to her family and colleagues and friends as well. Can I then get a mover for the we all see the agenda in front of us, honorable members? There is no need for me to read it through. Can I then get a mover for the adoption of the agenda? I see the hand of Honorable Nalumango for Honorable Nalumango.
Okay, I'm showing my face first. Now I'll switch the camera. Good morning, Chair. I think before I move for the adoption of the agenda, I would just like to raise sharply in the meeting that, we have been receiving our presentations extremely late. And I just, wanted to say that as members, we have to play our oversight role, and we need to do a thorough oversight over our entities, even over the municipalities and how they manage their waste management. And we need sufficient time to peruse the presentations and the documents that the department have to furnish us with. And we have received these documentation extremely late. That doesn't really leave us with much time, to interact with the documentation, do comparisons in terms of, this year and how they did last year. And I just thought I should bring it to your attention before I move for the adoption of the agenda. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nalumango. Honorable de Blok, I see your hand.
Thank you, Chair. Hopefully you can see me too. Good morning to everyone on the platform, and I also echo my condolences to the committee chairperson and the family and our valued staff member Darren. My sincere condolences to both of those groups. I'd also like to echo Honorable Nalumango's mention of the late documents, especially for issues like the Moana elephants. It's a very complex issue with lots of different contrasting opinions and thoughts on what should be done. So just to note that. I'd also, Chair, like to ask you to remind our presenters before they start to keep to their time, because we've really been struggling in our last sessions to keep to time. Presenters and members alike need to just be wary of that. But I'll leave that to you, Chair. I'd like to second the adoption of the agenda. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable de Blok. Honorable Manaka, I see your hand. You wanted to raise something. Honorable Nalumango, can you lower your hand, my sister?
Hi, Chair. Thank you. I raise my hands after you have said anyone who can second or who can adopt the agenda. That was the reason for my hand to be up. Thank you so much. Yeah. Let me put it down.
Thank you, Honorable Manaka. I have noted your concerns, honorable members. I was going to raise the submission of presentations late, yet they were given timelines that by Friday they needed to submit their presentation so that the members familiarize themselves with the presentations. But thank you for raising that, Honorable Nalumango and Honorable de Blok. We share the same sentiments as other members. I'm going to go through the list of delegation before I hand over. I'm not sure whether Honorable Singh has joined the meeting, because I was informed that he will be leading the delegation from the department. So I do not see him here, not unless I'm being failed by my gadget.
No, Chair, he has
But
not joined late. I think he's gonna join us closer to the time of the Moana matter.
Okay, no, it's fine then. I'm going to go through the list of the delegation before I give over to the first presenter. We are waiting for Honorable DM Singh, who's going to join us later. We have Miss Moseneke, DDG Chemicals and Waste from the department. And also we have Miss Mukhohlwa, DDG Biodiversity and Conservation. We also have Mr. Mokwena, Chemicals and Waste Policy Specialist Monitoring, Chief Director. We have Mr. Matibe, Chief Director, Biodiversity, Economy and Sustainable Use. We have Mr. Matebula, Chief Director, Integrated Waste Management. We have Mr. Khotso, Acting Chief Director, Sector Compliance, Regulatory Compliance, Sector Monitoring. And Mr. Walters, Director, Enforcement, Environmental Impact and Pollution. Mr. Kobese, Director, Law Reform. Mr. Bowers, Project Manager, Waste Bureau. Ms. Kumalo, Director, TOPS and CITES. Ms. Machusa, Director, Biodiversity Conservation. Ms. Sekhobela, Director, Office of the Director General. Mr. Indelal, PLO, Office of the Deputy Minister Singh. Ms. Tenganuno, PLO, Office of the Deputy Minister Swartz. Mr. Gift Mguni, PLO, Minister's Office. Ms. Yamkela Mbokodo, Parliamentary Support Office of the Director General. From Isimangaliso, we have Ingosi Tembe, Board Chairperson. We have Mr. Bukosini, Chief Executive Officer. Ms. Kamkile Mdambo, Chief Finance Officer. Ms. Lungile Nduli, Strategic Support Manager. From eThekwini Metro, the delegation is as follows. Mr. Moodley. We also have Mr. Memela. We have Ms. Nodada. We have also Mr. Sithole. From Nelson Mandela, we have Ms. Kyagala. We have also Mr. Mvunelwa. As envelope KZN Wildlife, we have Dr. Mkize, Bandile Mkize. We also have Ms. Khadebe, Mr. Brent Coverdale, or Coverdale. Sorry for that. From Mawana / Ekudabukeni community, we have Mr. Msimango. That is the delegation that is here with us today. Honorable members, let me go back to the agenda. Key, can you fly the agenda again? I just want to say. We are now going to give over to eThekwini Metro. The person who is going to lead the presentation, I was not informed exactly who he is or who she is, but they will indicate. However, I want to put emphasis on the issue of time. We are going to time you, going to put a timer. Key, you'll have to assist me with that. 30 minutes. If it passes, we are going to stop you. So you must try by all means to finish that in that 30 minutes time. That is why when I was doing my opening remarks, I was saying you should focus on your core issues. eThekwini Metro,
Will do, Chair.
who is going to lead?
So, Chair,
Yes.
Mr. Motley wants me to flight the presentation, or he will project from his side.
Mr. Motley, are you going to project from your side?
Good morning, Chair. Yes, I will. Thank you very much.
Oh, okay. Please, you must be time conscious, ne? 30 minutes. You may.
Chair, I just want to check if you can see my screen.
We can see your beautiful face, but we
Okay.
can't see we can't see the presentation.
Okay, just hang on.
Maybe
okay,
you can switch. Yeah.
Should be coming up now. Is it on now,
Yes.
Chair?
Yes,
Okay.
it is on. You can switch off your video when you are presenting, Mr. Motley.
Okay.
Switch off your video, yes. Then you can continue. Over to you, Mr. Motley.
Thank you.
It has disappeared now. Yeah, it's on again.
All right. Okay. Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members of the Portfolio Com. My name is Logan Moodley. I'm the Deputy Head for Plant and Engineering in the eThekwini municipality, and I'll be taking you through the presentation. Chair, just to kick off, just to set the scene, the Cleansing and Solid Waste Unit as part of eThekwini provides a waste management service, and it's broadly broken up into 3 areas, that being our strategic and new development that focuses on our business, our bulk resources, and the general cleaning of what we call new areas, that's the informal settlements and outsourced areas. The operations area in the main does the refuse collection of domestic waste. That's your household areas, as well as street cleaning, high pressure washing, and the general provision of any illegal dump clearance. There's a third technical wing, that being the plant and engineering, that focuses on the waste management facilities. That's a provision of landfill sites, garden sites, and transfer stations in support of the overall function of waste management. This is also linked to providing of waste collection fleet, heavy plant, and the maintenance thereof. Essentially, the core function is to protect the receiving environment from pollution by introducing sustainable waste management options. The context of waste management in eThekwini, we do have a second generation integrated waste management plan that has come to an end in 2024. The third generation has been awarded, and works will be spanning over the next financial year to optimize the service. There are some 3,400 tons of waste that is being handled in the city per day, and that equates to about 0.6 kgs per capita. In the main, the city receives over all its landfill sites approximately 1.3 million tons an annum. Although we record a 95% collection rate, it is close to the 100% mark. Diversion from landfill, there is a separation at source pilot that has been done to selected areas that is recording some 15% diversion to date, and this is mainly for three categories in a wet and dry model. The dry being what we call the orange bag process that takes out plastic, paper, cardboard, etc., and a clear bag that brings in the denser items, that brings your cans and bottles. The value chain of the business is quite linear, and if you look at this slide, it shows that it's highly intensive when it comes to logistics. So logistics trucks drive the business, and these are the key resources needed. There's a combination of both large compactors and small compactors that collects waste and either takes it to a transfer station or directly to landfill. We have focused significant efforts in understanding the value chain to optimize the use of these resources. Preliminary data shows that about 60% of the total waste management cost is in transportation, followed by landfilling some 30% and handling through a transfer station of some 10%. The numbers speak for itself. Of the 1.3 million tons received at landfill site, approximately 50% of that, some 700,000 tons, is handled by the city. There's significant cost drivers when it comes to managing the operations, mainly in that of fuel. Our fuel bill sits anything between 120 million a year.
Mr. Motley?
Yeah.
Mr. Motley?
Yes, sir.
I'm
Yes,
sorry
ma'am.
for disturbing you. Your slides are not moving.
Now, ma'am? Not.
Your slides are not moving. Because I think we're still on page 1. Yeah. And
Apologies.
okay.
Is it moving now?
Yes, we are now on waste logistics.
Okay,
The
I do
numbers.
apologize.
Okay.
Okay, I did speak to the waste management context. I was on the slide for the model next. So essentially, those resources, our model response is one of that being a hybrid, with the city staff focusing on the formal households for waste collection and cleansing. There is an outsourced component for the informal areas as well as the outskirts areas in the city. And this is done via contracts, and there's a combination of both internal staff and the public employment program for the general cleaning and cleansing of areas. In the main, one looks at an overview of response.
Mr. Motley, sorry
Yes,
for
ma'am.
interrupting you again. I think you will have to allow someone else to move the slides for you, because you are on slide 2, if I'm not mistaken now. But you are talking on another slide. I think someone else will have to move your slides. Which slide are you talking on now?
I'm on slide 8, ma'am. I do apologize for this.
Yeah, we have been on slide 2 now.
Okay, I'm going to stop sharing. I'm going to stop sharing and reshare that, ma'am.
Chi, can you assist Mr. Motley? Chi?
Mr. Motley, can you put it on a presentation mode so that we can see the full slide?
Okay, is it on now, ma'am?
It is on now.
It is on.
Yeah,
It's
on
not
now.
on presentation
We
mode.
are on slide 8.
Okay. Can I proceed, ma'am?
Chileka, were you
Okay.
saying it's not on presentation mode?
Yes, Chair.
Let's
Mr. Mutlu,
see
go to
where.
the bottom of the presentation.
So he's able to move now.
Is it moving now?
Yeah, we are on 9 now.
Okay.
Continue, Mr. Mutlu. We'll see if it's moving.
Okay. So this was on the waste challenges. Essentially, what we're saying is there's still a high dependency in the waste system for the use of landfill sites. Our landfill sites have been consumed by waste coming in, and that is seen from the waste stats. Essentially, KZN eThekwini contributes some 9% of the total that's been recorded. Ma'am, just can I confirm if you can see the next slide so we know we're in order? The next slide is on the mapping of our facilities.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Like we said, this is a spatial plot of all our waste facilities. eThekwini has 4 landfill sites across the metro, 16 garden refuse transfer stations. These are facilities for the local residents to bring their household garden waste. And there's 7 transfer stations that is part of the whole value chain and 2 garden sites. The situation at current is that 2 out of the 4 landfill sites are reaching capacity. So we're down to 50% use of landfills, and this by way is inducing challenges in the system, but we'll take you through those issues and how we've been responding. The main broad areas of the issues in eThekwini are mainly on the following. One being is that the true cost of waste management is some 40% loss if one looks at the difference between revenue and expenditure. The service charges that's been received from household collection in the main isn't enough to cover the full cost of the service. However, there is a component of the rates in general that provides a top up in terms of the street sweeping. That's an area that's been worked on as part of the solid waste reform with National Treasury. However, from the infrastructure side, we've had issues with communities in the main not wanting these type of facilities. There has been issues of business forums stopping our main Shongweni landfill. And then the semi-closure of 2 out of the 4 landfills has created a domino effect of forcing waste to the transfer stations to handle larger volumes. I did talk about the landfill sites, but ultimately separation at source is still at a very low level and needs assistance in terms of improvement. Fleets and logistics is a core support resource in the whole
The
value
slides are
chain.
not moving, Mr. Motley. Are you still on slide 9?
No, ma'am, I'm on challenges. Perhaps.
No, you are messing us up now. Your slides are not moving. I think we need to ask someone else to control the slides for you. Even though we have this presentation, but this one that you have flighted, it is not moving.
I'm not sure what the technical issues,
Can
ma'am.
those who are able to assist him assist Mr. Motley, please? Chi and the
Okay,
team.
Chair, can I try and help?
Let me log it, Chair.
Mr. Moody, are you sharing a second screen? Because we're looking at your PowerPoint window open right now, and I think you think you're sharing your presentation, but we're only seeing your slides in PowerPoint. So just when you share now, make sure to select that correct window.
Okay.
We're seeing your PowerPoint window again.
Is it out? Is it not moving? I stopped sharing and I reshared that.
No, we're seeing your PowerPoint
No, it's a
window again.
PowerPoint. Yeah, it's a PowerPoint. Can
Ma'am,
you allow
For
the sake-
Chileka?
Yes,
Chalta?
Chair. Yeah, I was saying for the sake of time, Chileka can flight the presentation, then he can just notify Chileka when to move.
Okay.
Please, ma'am. Thank you.
Seconded.
Stop sharing, Mr. Moodley, and allow Chi to do that. Chi, are you winning?
I am, Chair. It's gonna show now.
Okay.
Is it showing?
Not yet from my side. Just move up then. It shows now page 1. Let's go again. Let's go to the slide he was on. Move. Move. Move, Chi. Mr. Moodley, can you see?
Yes, ma'am, I can see. Ma'am, if you can go to slide number 10.
Slide number 10, Chi.
Thank you.
I don't see the numbers now.
Go
Oh,
up. The one before. Yes, yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, this one.
Right. I do apologize for this technical issues. Yeah, so I was talking to the overall challenges in the city, and I was on the fleet and plant that we've seen over the last 18 months being the core item that needed support. We have done a capital investment. It has improved significantly. We're now some 70% into the backlog, which is beginning to see improvement in terms of stabilizing the waste function. The aggravating issues in the business is not only about trucks, but also about how you use these resources more optimally. So the city has taken that quite intense in terms of doing what we call round balancing, of optimizing the use of trucks and staff. We do recognize that the institutional review also needs a change because the model responds to that of a linear system, and it needs to bring in components of the circular economy. However, on the CBD areas, we did have issues, but that space is now improving. There's still work in progress items in respect of informal trade, homeless, bad buildings. Next slide, ma'am. Next slide. It's one with the graph of the waste tonnages. Right. So managing this business, we recognize the need for bringing in data, so data can inform decision making of the city of where interventions are needed and support. So the assessment of the waste tonnages, one can see that it's averaging around about just over 1.3 million tons. There's been further works done on zoning into the waste at the landfill sites. All the landfill sites have weighbridges. They've all been registered with SAWUS in terms of the tonnages. And the overview is that all the waste coming in is landfilled in compliance with the operating permits or waste management licenses. There is some 2% diversion from the landfill, mainly linked to garden waste, but the main diversion is low, with 98% being landfilled. Next slide, ma'am. I'm going to go very quickly through this. So by the semi-closures of the two landfills, that being the Bisasa Road landfill in the central catchment and the Marion Hill landfill in the western catchment, an alternative requirement was needed. And these alternatives was actually sent to transfer stations. And you can see from the picture in the bottom, that's some 1,200 tons of waste coming in a day by shock loading the system. Ultimately, what this has done, it had created in the past a knock-on backlog into the system, which we did have issues with. Next slide, ma'am. Next slide. Right, this is a typical shock loading of waste. You can see the landfill sites as well. Once the waste was moved from transfer stations to the landfills then had to deal with peak waste coming in to process. This couldn't be done practically in the working day. Next slide. Right, so the one before that, so yeah, you can leave it here. So after analyzing the problem, we decided to take a conscious way forward by dealing with the easiest things first, And the immediate focus area was what we call stabilizing the business. So in other words, in terms of the Municipal Systems Act, we need to ensure that we collect the waste, collect it on time, and that waste is taken for safe disposal. So there have been various programs around operational improvements in terms of improving the level of service. I did touch on the transfer station and the fleet and heavy plant. So we have analyzed the replacement model for the trucks. We have put through capital investments to the city. We have received support. We've aligned our procurement plans to ensure we can bring in these trucks. This data stream works on getting credible performance information to use that. At the same time, building up capital pipelines for the development of the landfill such that we can ensure there's buffer airspace in place, as well as working on the integrated waste plan for improvement projects. The next phase, which we will be transitioning into through the National Treasury reforms, is how do we then take the phase to one of recovery, of transitioning to a circular economy, and showing that we can integrate the social disadvantaged sector and promote local opportunities. Next slide, ma'am. Okay, so this slide is essentially focusing on 4 pillars of the city, is to improve that basic level of service, reduce our cost, and by doing that, channel those savings to projects that are, example, recycling, education, and the waste picker integration aspects, but at the same time, making sure all the waste facilities are in high compliance. Next slide, ma'am. Okay, you can skip the slide, move to the next one. Okay, so I think this here now then shows you all the programs coming into play. So from the capital side, the introduction of the capital funding has ensured that we now can stabilize the waste collection. Service schedules are being met, complaints have reduced. There's business processes being put in place with the various teams to ensure there's early warning mitigation in place. The transfer stations have been upgraded to ensure that there's a high availability of the machinery and equipment. That in a way then is assisting in showing that the fleet that is bringing the waste from the areas have a quick turnaround time. The landfill sites, in particular the ones with airspace in the south being Lovu landfill and the one in the north being Buffels Dry landfill, have increased its lining capacity. At any point in time, we have a minimum of 2.5 years worth of airspace available. And then we've also initiated now the implementation of the large regional landfill in the west being the Shongweni landfill. And I think the results coming through from last financial year shows that we achieve a 95% expenditure on those programs. Next slide. Right. This shows you the business case assessments that we have done through the city to show the need in elevating the profile for waste management. And essentially it says by making these critical investments in the business, we'll be able to drop the maintenance, such things like overtime higher in the long term, and then we can begin to improve the availability of these resources. So that's the 70% of trucks that I mentioned earlier that has been brought through to this business case. Next slide. Okay, this is the proof behind it. We brought in a series of refuse compactors over the last 2 financial years. The top one being the 4x2 refuse compactors, and the ones in the bottom are the larger fleet, the 6x4s. And we've also capacitated the transfer station with long haul vehicles and hook lift trucks then to maintain taking out the waste via aggregation to the landfills. Next slide. Okay, there's also proof of the transfer station. This is in the south central area being Flower Road, where we brought in the new compactor system as well as the containers, and that's taken out some 250 tons of the other facilities and beginning to show improvement. Next slide. Okay, so on the service delivery side, these are some dashboards you can see from the service delivery built implementation plan from Q4 of last financial year. We've maintained to hit 100% for both formal and informal households in terms of waste collection, as well as the landfill compliance. The target was set at 80% and we achieved 84%. We did bring in a new indicator to better shape the performance, and that is on the use of the trucks and our availability of the trucks. We're sitting at 24%, and it's significantly improved from the previous financial years. With this management and decision making, there's been introduction of systems such as a fleet app to control the use of this through the workflow. Next slide, ma'am. Okay, so some of the priorities we focused on is to mainstream things like waste diversion. So we have targeted the low-hanging fruits, that is being the garden refuse. So we are shedding garden waste at our selected transfer stations. That garden waste is then taken back to landfill for either use as composting as well as use for rehabilitation. There is various other business cases that have been done for rubber crushing. So we have secured resources for rubber crushing, and that will be implemented from the new financial year. Separation at source is still the main focus. So that orange bag process that we have needs to be launched further. And overall, that will be coming through with the National Treasury reform works that we're doing now on how we can create an enabling environment for alternatives. Next slide, ma'am. Okay, so these are some of the pictures showing before the intervention over the last 18 months. So this was a state you can see from social media at some of the waste facilities, as well as in major areas where waste was actually placed all over or not collected on time, resulting to things like, stigma attached that the city isn't doing enough. Next slide. So it was a similar trend. You can see this was in June 23 in the CBD, where these street litters on the curb and channel, waste was left uncollected. Next slide. Illegal dumping was another one where hotspot areas were just profounded with waste. Next slide. And then the interventions through bringing visibility to the business, both on holding people accountable, bringing in consequence management, having early warning systems in place, setting up structured groups on how the teams are functioning would improve supervision, has begun to show success over the last year. So this was taken during the Christmas New Year period, and you can see the state of the city, particularly the high tourist areas. Street washer cleaning is in place. We've secured mechanical street sweepers, so real tools for trade that is needed. You can see the mayor as well during that period. Next slide. These are all social media. So it's just, I think the work that is beginning to demonstrate success. This is Adam Hadib making social posts. And you can see the general public is now recognizing the improvement in the cleanliness of the city as well as other major areas in Durban. Next slide.
You have 10 minutes left.
Yes, ma'am. This also shows a similar trend. Next slide. I'm going to move to the next slide, to the core issues. Next one. There's all proof behind it. So you can see on this one here, the use of the trucks is where the effort was placed. So we have pulled out at least 70% of trucks that were in areas and redirected them to areas that were limited. We have created a pool capacity through this exercise. So for planned maintenance, servicing of trucks coming in, there is a replacement trucks on hand. The introduction of the fleet app that I spoke about earlier, you can skip. The introduction of the fleet app has brought better visibility to the business. It has supported us through the evidence in the SD-BIP and creating the pool that we need. Next slide. There's data coming through where now we're analyzing the types of breakdowns and we're putting in interventions to improve that. Next slide. So I think the overall branch actions have been cast in our strategic plan. So each area of the business is now targeted, aligned to the IDP and the integrated waste plan. And I think all of this comes together in how we're going to be balancing cost from the ratepayers, mitigate risk, and improve the performance. Some of the high hitting areas here on this is the need to maintain that service standard in our high economic areas, and also to create partnerships and to transition the business of integrating the waste pickers into the value chain. And expression of interest will be led in terms of going to market on how we can utilize our assets of creating circular economy for recycling and waste diversion. Next slide. Okay, so the setbacks, I think we can go with. I'm going to focus on the main one. So the eThekwini landfill is a game breaker for the city. By not having a landfill, it really increases the cost for the overall response. This has been 22 years in the making. We are now at construction phase, and it will be commissioned by 2027. Next slide. Next slide, yeah. Thank you. You can see the modeling. So eThekwini's response on this slide essentially says by 2027, it will have a 3-year period of just providing basic waste infrastructure for landfilling. However, in parallel, the low-hanging fruits of the alternatives for shredding, composting, handling of inert material, as well as having diversion of the orange bag process will come on board. This will be done through a public-private partnership. So we have done the PPP assessments. These documents will be released to GTAG in terms of the technical assessments, and it will be part of the National Treasury reform on how this project will be phased. Next slide. Okay, I think that's the ultimate vision we want, at least in the next 10 years, is to have an integrated waste facility at the landfill sites. Next slide. Okay, you can skip this one. I want to go to the, okay, we can focus on the informal settlements. We have recognized the need to improve this model. So there has been a model that has been reconfigured, and this will be taken through, but essentially it's to have a single point of accountability within the business. In our capital provision going forward, the immediate area will be to provide storage areas so we can collect the waste and then take it away, and then we'll blend this on with the hybrid process. The next slide will show you how the operating model will work of using community-based approach by having that collected within the informal areas, brought to a point for safe collection and management, and then taken out. And then the processing thereafter will work in terms of the separation at source and then eventually taken out for use in the market. Next slide. Okay, so the waste picker integration. The city has done progress works. We have registered waste pickers across the metro, the largest being in the northern catchment. We've registered some 144 waste pickers to date. I want to move to the next slide then to talk to how that's coming along. Right, so the education campaigns and programs have been cast, and I think there's definitely a need for this to be ongoing. Our operating budgets going forward will be bolstered up in ensuring there's behavioral change such that communities do have an appreciation and to play their role and how to support in terms of intensifying, the separation upstream, so then you can create a resource market out of it. So there is recycling programs that will be taken through as part of the new financial year. There's also another focus on the organic waste stream. There's pilot projects now with the Durban markets on diverting the food waste for beneficiation through composting and ultimately taking it through for anaerobic digestion. Next slide. Okay, I want to skip this slide and go to the landfill compliance. So on the state of landfill compliance, I did mention the 4 landfills. You can see from the bottom line in terms of remaining useful life, the north and south is banked at least for the medium to long term. On average, is at least some 50 years of airspace going out. However, the central and western areas is where we have limited airspace. So the eThekwini landfill coming on in 2027 will improve that outlook in the west, and we will bank at least 75 years worth of airspace going. But what we have done as part of the interim solution, we have secured use for the EnviroServe landfill in the Outer West, and that's being used by the city. Next slide. Okay, so I think this is one that we can maybe take you through in confidence. eThekwini's overall waste management compliance across all the landfills has always been north of 80%. At current, it sits around about 85, 86%. About 5 years ago, it was about 90%. I think the issues that we encountered in the Buffalo's dry landfill in 2023 with the arson attacks from the waste pickers did result in a light drop, but you can see going out now post 2023, that trend is increasing. But in the main, all landfill sites are above 85%. Next slide. Okay, so the stopgap measures, while we're waiting for the Shongweni landfill to come on board, we have increased the useful life at the Basasa Road landfill. So as of January 25, we built a new cell, and that's being operational now for the last 3-4 months. And it's brought out significant improvement in terms of the overall handling of the waste. The next target area is Marion Hill, although there's about a year to a year and a half of airspace left. We are engaging the Department of Water and Sanitation to increase the height of the site. That application is in progress now, so we're waiting a decision by the end of June, early July. Should we bank that, the combination of Basasa Road and Marion Hill will be the 2 to 3 year interim bridging gap until we have Shongweni coming on board. Next slide.
You need to wrap up, Mr. Mutlu. You have 1 minute, 15 seconds.
Yes, ma'am. So I think that these are just the pictures to show what we have done on all the landfills in terms of the landfill development, all in compliance with the waste permits and the technical approvals. Next slide. The next slide, this is basically showing what were the issues that we had at Buffalo's Dry. You can skip this. I want to focus on the next one. So the issues with the waste pickers, our response has been to provide a recycling area for the north, that being Buffalo's Dry. So we've constructed an area for the waste pickers. We've formulated a working group. This is going to be where recyclable waste will be channeled, will be sorted, and then taken out to market. We are now at a stage where we're appointing an operator to work with the waste pickers to guarantee the feedstock offtake, and it will be used as a pilot, and successes from here will then inform how it will be rolled out throughout the other areas. Next slide. Next slide. I want to move to this one. So in order to transition to the business, one needs to understand exactly what's in the waste. So we have done a waste composition analysis over 2 seasons, and that was concluded in February of this year. This data now is going to be used on how we're going to fine-tune the recycling strategy as well as the organic waste strategy. In the main, what it's saying is that
your time is up. I'm going to give you 2 minutes to wrap up, to cover the time that we had a delay on the technical issue. You wrap up 2 minutes extra. Otherwise, your time is up.
Thank you, ma'am. So this waste composition data is now going to be informing how the recycling strategy, both at the separation at source as well as the organic waste, will be then taken forward in the whole value chain. Next slide, ma'am. I want to skip this and go to the last one. Okay, so the one before this, thank you. So we're all aware that National Treasury has issued a guidance note on reforms needed in the business. And this is the most strategic document that cities are now going to have to face with. We are about some 60% through in compiling the documents, both the strategy document as well as the institutional reform for a single point of accountability, as well as a finance and investment plan. I just highlighted the major strategic focuses areas. And in summary, our response will be complemented with the integrated waste plan that's being done now. And immediately is to stabilize the core function so that we ensure that we improve the existing 85-86% compliance of the landfills. And in parallel, then recover the business by creating a local economy that is deemed an enabling environment for the private sector to do business with the city, such that we can aggravate diversion and try to integrate as best as possible the waste pickers, and then have this reviewed on a periodic basis going forward annually. But this will come through. So on the 31st of July, we will be making the submission to National Treasury. and we can also share these three guiding documents with the portfolio committee. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Motley. Thank you, Mr. Motley. Your time is up. Fortunately, the members, they do have the presentation. Thank you. Members, that is the presentation that is presented by eThekwini. I am now going to note hands. I see the hand of Honorable Mkhize, Honorable de Block. Can I see hands, honorable members? Honorable Thandi Makasi, Honorable Temba, Honorable Paulson, Honorable Beach, Honorable Managa. In that order, honorable members. Honorable Mkhize.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to honorable members of our portfolio committee. I would also like to greet everyone present in this meeting. It's good to hear about the state of waste management for eThekwini municipality. After pressing the presentation yesterday and listening while presenting, I have a few questions that arose from this presentation. My first question, which is, why has the municipality failed to implement the Shongweni landfill project after 22 years of planning? And what measures are being taken to prevent another multi-year delay now that phase A has been delayed? The second question would be about the Bisasar landfill. That is given that Bisasar landfill is nearly full and Marine Hill has only 2 years of space left. How does the municipality intend to manage 1.3 million tons of annual waste with such limited disposal capacity? While we're still talking about that Marian Hill landfill site, I don't know whether, sir, you'll remember our presenter. I've forgotten his name, unfortunately. Please, maybe you'll remind me later.
Mr. Motley.
When you come out, Mr. Motley, all right. When you come out of Marine Hill landfill site, the road that leads to Nazareth, there is an illegal dumping all over the road till you reach the Shembe Church down there. I don't know what this municipality is doing to resolve that issue, because I think later there it's unexpected. Maybe almost a kilometer there's an illegal dumping in that area. If you can maybe brief us what measures you are taking to resolve that thing matter. What another question is about what disciplinary or contractual actions have been taken against business forums and contractors that have caused work stoppages, particularly in relation to the delays at Shongweni and Flower Road transfer stations? My last question was, why have only 9% of short-term infrastructure improvement targets have been completed, with 45% not yet started? What consequences management is in place for this failure to meet deadlines? Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mkhize. Honorable de Block.
Thank you, Chairperson. Through you, Mr. Moodley, thank you for the presentation. It's very well received. There's a lot of impressive content in there. And I would like to say that I've reached out to our public representatives in eThekwini, and they do tell me that there's been recent improvements. The department is a lot more responsive, and that there are positive signs. So we're very grateful for that. And they did single out Ms. Machewu, who is on the platform, as one of the the new stars. I'm very glad on your last slide that you brought up the treasury reforms that are needed, the trading services, infrastructure, financing reforms in particular as they relate to waste. I think these are very positive incentives for good reform, and I think the main issue under those that, from your presentation, I understand you will struggle with are financial sustainability and ring fencing. So I'm going to ask questions now just with that framework in mind, if you can bear that in mind while you answer. Around optimization or efficiency, you've mentioned a few initiatives like your fleet app, your dashboard, your data-driven management, which I think you must be commended for, and I hope that other metros are watching this presentation and taking some notes. But what other measures are available to you to bring down your cost per kilometer for your vehicles, for example, and the other efficiencies that can be driven to bring down the financing needs, and with that the passed on rates to ratepayers? And then under revenue, obviously ratepayers is one aspect, but also it's been brought to my attention, and I'd like you to confirm or say if this is not true, that there's also struggles interdepartmentally, where, for example, your department will pay the Metro Police for security services, but there isn't a reciprocal payment when you clean up illegal dumping at taxi ranks, for instance, from transport departments or other departments that manage public areas or reserves and parks and things like that. Is there a fair compensation for services rendered interdepartmentally, and how might that factor into your revenue strategy moving forward? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Tiplog. Thank you. Honorable Makasi.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to the officials and honorable members, and thank you to, is it Mr. Moodley? Yes.
Yes.
Thank you to Mr. Moodley for the presentation presented to us. My first question that I want to ask him, if he could provide details of the transportation asset investment that you make through the replacement plan, which is sitting at 70%, according to the reports that is presented, and whether the proposed investment of 561 million between the 2020, 2021 and 23-24 financial years, whether it has been reached, and then what consequence management strategies have they adopted, and whether it is working. The city registered approximately 1,500 waste pickers to the SAWPA or SAWPA national database. I want to check what benefits can they derive from being registered in that database, and that the percentage of the municipal landfills in compliance with the Environmental Conservation Act are at 84% according to the report, and it is against a target of 80%. Well, this can be commended. I would like to know, how are they dealing with those that don't comply? And the last question is, what actionable steps are they going to take to prioritize growth and climate change in the city? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Makasi. Honorable Paulson. Honorable Mkize, can you lower your hand, Honorable Mkize? Can you lower it so that I can see now who's left?
Thank you,
May I continue?
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning once again, and thank you for the presentation, Mr. Moodley. Mr. Moodley, you know, waste is just a product of a lack of imagination. You have 4.5 million people in eThekwini. You have 1.3 million tons at landfill sites now. You know, when I don't see why any of our waste must go to landfill sites. And there is some sense of a circular economy where, where typically you view waste as a resource rather than something that must be discarded. I think there's some green shoots there as far as waste management is concerned. You heading in the right direction. There are some concerns, however. You said one of the problems you have is that you find human waste amongst the waste collection. So what have you done to address that particular problem? Because, something like that tells you there's a serious problem with proper ablution facilities for communities, especially poorer communities. So I'd like to know what are you going to do about that? Also, in 2021, there was a fire at the UPL warehouse, and it resulted in the contamination of the Oshlanga River and the Umhlanga Lagoon. And it killed off a lot of the sea life, especially crustaceans. So what have you done what is the status of that cleanup there? I think, UPL got away with murder. And I want to know, has the city held that particular company to account? Are they paying for the cleanup? Because nobody can cause so much damage to the environment and get away with it scot-free. So what is being done about that? And also, I'd like to know, in terms of, recycling begins at source. Once you collect that waste and it becomes a huge mass, it's more difficult to sort and to recycle. So what are you doing about promoting recycling and composting in communities and schools? So if I know there's in the more affluent cities or towns in Cape Town, they are given like recycling bins along with their normal waste. So are you doing something similar to that? You shouldn't do it for affluent areas only, you should do it for everyone, right? And then waste that you can't treat, they can't be sorted, they can't be recycled. Are you looking at energy recovery like waste to energy, for example? Because that's another way of actually deriving benefit from our waste. We've got a energy crisis, or rather electricity crisis. Are you looking at using waste to produce energy? And also, I spoke about the disparity between the poorer communities and the wealthier, more affluent communities. So there's the social and environmental equity that we should focus on. Do you provide the same level of waste collection to poorer communities as you do to the more affluent communities? And like I said, you've got 4.5 million people. You never gave us an indication of staff involved in waste management in eThekwini. If you can give us those figures, you've got 4.5 million people. I don't know how many households that is. It's probably quite a lot. If you can give us an indication if you've got the right resources to deal with the issue of waste management. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Person. Honorable Temba.
Thank you, Chair. Let me first welcome the presentation from Mr. Mowgli.
Please mute Honorable Paulson. Sorry, Honorable Temba, for that.
No problem, Chair. We've been listening to the presentation and thank you, Mr. Modley. I have a few questions to ask. My question is, with over 5.2 billion spent since 2020 on overtime, vehicle hire, and plant maintenance, what quantifiable improvement in service delivery can the department demonstrate? My second question is, with over 1,000 waste pickers registered on SWAP database, why are fewer than 150 integrate into municipal infrastructure, such as a Forestry? What are the timeline and the budget for the full integration? And my last question is a question that we've been asking ever since we started meeting with the metros about their fleet, about the aging of their fleet. We want to know about the fleet and the aging. How old is their fleet, and when are they planning to buy new fleet? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Tambo. Honorable Pitch.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I have been generally covered, specifically by Honorable Paulson, but I have just one request. I want to find out from the department, specifically surrounding law enforcement and prosecution. Obviously, there should be a bylaw enforcement component, specifically surrounding illegal activities, such as illegal dumping. I would like to find out how many fines have been written up, how many directives have been given to the department itself by various state entities for non-compliance, and then specifically regarding prosecution. We are well aware of some of the corrupt dealings that the city of eThekwini has been implicated in, and could they give an indication where in the process of prosecution we are standing currently, who is being prosecuted, and what is the current status of those cases? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Pitch. Honorable Nalumango.
Yes, Chair, and good morning to everyone on the platform once again. I have the following questions for Mr. Mootley. The percentage of off-road refuse collection fleet, it says that the target is 35% and eThekwini has only reached 24%. Why is it that you have only reached 24%, and what steps did the municipality put in place to improve on this target going forward? And then on the reduced landfill sites, we've seen from 4 to 2. What are the implications of this? And is eThekwini looking for more land and for more space to use? The involvement of law enforcement, has it assisted in reducing the number of illegal dumping in the city? And then noting that the implementation of the proposed new Shangweni landfill site has been delayed due to work stoppages and community and business forums. What has consequently happened to the people who were employed for this project? And I think that is my questions, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Nalumango. I think, Honorable Tamba, it's your legacy hand. Can you lower your hand, please? I only have 2 questions because most of the questions have been covered by my colleagues, also on
Chair, before you. Sorry, Chair, before you.
Oh, sorry, Honorable Managa. Sorry, you have lowered your hand. I thought maybe you were covered. Honorable Temba and Nalumango, can you lower your hands? Please, lower your hand on Honorable Nalumango. Okay, you may continue, Honorable Managa. Apologies.
Okay, thank you so much, Chairperson. Let me also greet the officials and also all the honorable members and whoever is listening to this conversation. Honorable Chair, the municipalities' key responsibilities, amongst others, is to maintain clean and safe environment. It's worse with the metros or municipalities that are near the beach. They have to make sure that our beaches are clean and safe. To Mr. Modley and eThekwini representatives, there was a period when members of the public avoided swimming in your beaches due to fears of water contamination and potential health risks or health hazards, such as contracting diseases. Mr. Modley, can you please provide an update on the current status of water quality in your coastal areas, including the areas that Honorable Paulsen mentioned earlier? And what have you done to address past contaminations concerns? And how are you going to ensure that the beach remains safe for the public? Thank you so much. The issue of littering, I think the honorable members that spoke before me, they did cover me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Managa. From my side, eThekwini, can members lower their hands, please? Because there's hands that are popping up now. Okay. Slide 38 shows that the municipality has the goals that they want to achieve. However, there are no timelines attached to those goals. If they can tell us what are the associated timelines. And I want to add a question to what Honorable Marcus raised with regards to waste pickers. If they can tell us how many of the approximately 1,500 waste pickers belong to a cooperative. Those are the 2 questions from my side. In addition to what Honorable Marcus asked. Honorable Nalumango, I see that your hand is up. Before I give Mr. Motley to respond, do you want to say something? Or you say legacy hand? Honorable Managa, your hand is also up.
Sorry, Chair, mine is a legacy hand.
From the
Honorable Nalumango. Okay.
Chair.
Yo.
Okay.
No, it's fine. Honorable, thank you, Honorable Marcus. Mr. Motley and your team, can you respond to the questions that were raised by the members?
Okay, thank you very much. They're all constructive input. I'll start, and I'll also ask my team to assist where it's needed. The first one from Honorable Mkiza regarding why has Shongweni failed and why has it taken us 22 years to get where we are? I think that the first issue that we've had is that when we initiated getting to construction, there was issues in the area attached to the private landfill site operated by Shongweni, mainly on air quality. And that brought through to the city a stigma attached that by bringing another landfill site in that area would be seen as a negative. I think there was also compounding issues of the local development that was undergoing at the time, being the West Town. So I think that was the first phase of issues we've had. How we've addressed that, the various stakeholder engagements to show that the introduction of Shongweni in the bigger picture of complementing those land use, be it commercial development, etc., as well as the need for landfill to protect the receiving environment. So that's how we clear the first phase. The second attributing issues on delays was on land acquisition. But the city had approached that with the previous landowner via an expropriation process that gave the green light to proceed to construction. The construction phase, although there was various stakeholder engagements done with local communities, I think the time gap from the 20 odd years, people had moved on. Not everybody was on par understanding, so we had to re-engage that process. But to fast forward on the recent stoppage that we've had last year, the works was stopped for about 9 months, and it was mainly from a combination of community uprising as well as business forums in the area. So we have tackled that through very strong leadership support from the city. That has made breakthroughs for the construction implementing team to go on. So we've passed that. In mitigation going forward, there's a project steering committee that is well represented from all areas in the community as well as the business forums, local community, that is beginning to show success in terms of people now wanting the site to be implemented, not only for the long term, but also through the support that it's offering for the community in terms of employment, local development, skills, etc. The second question was on Basaso Road and Marion Hill, noting that it had limited time. And how are we then managing the waste? I think here our approach has been one that of a systems response. So the stopgap measures on reopening Basaso Road by developing a new cell has reached success, and we're seeing that improvement from the beginning of the year, where refuse collection trucks now have a closer point of disposal, particularly on the lower western and central areas. Waste is collected on time. There isn't a need for overtime, etc., and trucks are able to get back into beats easily. Marion Hill, although Shongweni will come online in 2027, we still saw a need to be conservative and increase the useful life of that existing 2 years at Marion Hill. So hence, we have put in an application with the Department of Water and Sanitation to consider an increase in the permitted height with no capital outlay. So there's been a series of engagements. There's been input given for reconsideration, which will be addressed. And we're waiting now for a final representation of that application. Should we be successful, then I think the western areas, at least until Shongweni comes on board, will be secured in the short to medium term. The illegal dumping on Nazareth measures, what measures have DSW or the city done? So we have capacitated the engineering side in providing of TLBs and tippers, but you can't only throw it in terms of cleaning it up all the time. It's not sustainable. So the education component has programs for the area. I think that needs to be intensified in terms of the comment you mentioned on Nazareth, for example. But however, I think there's also business process improvements that we now brought in. For example, visibility and watching by the area cleansing officers to take charge of the areas and to address that before it becomes an illegal dump, and to complement that with the issuance of fines. So fines, when I talk illegal dumping across the city, has been issued. There's a 5,000 Rand fine for that. The actual numbers in the file of what's been issued, we can pull out and provide that later on. The contractual issues with business forums. Yeah, so this has been a work in progress item. Our strategic response is to bring them earlier on. I think Shongweni's experience is almost laying the foundation on how you have mitigation going across for all the infrastructure for waste in the city. So the prior to letting out these contracts, engagement through the local councillor, ward committees, to have a sense of getting the business forums acquainted with what work's coming out, and as well as sharing those details with main contractors through site meetings, such as there's that engagement outside of the tender process, and such pricing then is allowed for the main contractors. Once these contracts are onboarded, then the project steering working committee, which is part of the business forums, are on. We have introduced, in terms of the general conditions of contract, early mitigation sessions, which is outside of the normal contractual meetings, that picks up any issues that needs to be addressed before it materializes into possible disputes. The next question was on what are the consequences that have been implied, because you only saw 45% on one of the slides. I must clarify that slide we put was as of last financial year, but with the performance reporting of Q2 of the new financial year, those have all been improved to 100%. So we have closed that out. So those targets are in hand, and we're using the same approach going forward in holding the teams accountable in the different businesses to drive actions. And I think with the overall consequence management now, it's written into performance agreements such that the key senior management component then carries that into the management and then takes that down to the tier below. So there's a full point of accountability in terms of responding. Okay, if I can move to the next one, Honorable De Blok, in terms of the National Treasury and the ring fencing. I think, sir, you're 100% correct in that if there isn't a strategic thrust towards making the business financially viable, then I think the battle will still remain, will not be able to transition to that ultimate state of being a circular economy. So what measures have been put? So the approach that we have done now is to focus on the things that we have control of. So apart from the measures on controlling the big ticket items like your trucks, where our utilization has improved. I think our utilization now for the trucks are in about 90%. I'm not talking availability of the trucks, but utilizing those resources for service delivery. I think that the next component which we have introduced in terms of improvement measures was introducing shifts. So the CBD, for example, now has a three-shift system which has around the clock monitoring and visibility. And the evidence is in the social media messages that are coming through. Apart from that, the local area managers that are responsible for different catchments have WhatsApp groups and communication that are streamlined with the various councillors to ensure that the waste is picked up on the day. And if there's any issues in terms of a late service, then that is mitigated through support from the other areas. There's also a reform that we have introduced in terms of the overtime, where the overtime now is streamlined, there's pre-approvals in place, as well as post-approvals. And our last quarter performance budget monitoring on the overtime budget has shown a significant drop, which then shows that the mitigation measures is bringing improvement. The next one on the struggles with interdepartments, what are we doing in terms of the response going forward? So the collaboration with the major support units, in particular the supply chain, finance, that is growing. The elements around metropolis and enforcement, I think that's an area that it's still a work in progress item. The structure only has current 6 law enforcement officers to cover the entire area, which is not enough. Our proposal, which will be complemented part of the National Treasury reform for a single point of accountability, is to ensure that we get those enforcement officers through the metro services, metro police structure, through a service compact that is actually signed or a service level agreement, and have those foot soldiers to complement the enforcement across the areas. If I can move to the next one from Honorable Makasi, the details of the transportation assets. I think, ma'am, the numbers that we showed you there was on the business case that showed the 560 million that was put forward to the city. It essentially said we need an order of 560 million capital investment in order over the next 10 to 15 years is to reduce the impact on the operating budget. So that's what they were showing. What have we realized through that investment to date? It has been a 4-year investment process. Although there was a 560 million rand council decision to support, it was not fully provided on the capital budget as shown. It was met via savings or redirection in the subsequent financial years. So we, over the 4 years, have brought in that 70% of the refuse fleet that I mentioned, and we can account for that. However, we're still going forward in the next 10 years, need to catch up with the remaining backlog. And the remaining backlog, we have revised the outlook on the replacement program. These assets will have a useful life of 12 years. And the idea is to ensure we have a best practice of at least a half-year life at any point in time going forward, such that it has a direct improvement on the availability and reliability of those resources for service delivery. So the intention is to bring that down to about 5.5 to 6 years at a tune of some 170 million rand a year over the next 10 years to smoothen those peaks. What consequence managements have been done? I think that was a follow-through question. Yes, we have instituted consequence management by monitoring the utilization of these trucks, not only the drivers, but as well as the supervisory components. So there has been disciplinary inquiries held. There's been high sanctions that have been issued, and it's begun to send a very strong message out to the staff component that there's a sense going forward of accountability, and if there's no compliance, the disciplinary code of practice will be implemented. The next question is on the percentage of compliance on the landfill site, sitting at about 85%. And how are we going to be dealing with compliance going forward? I think, again, it's a response that we are taking that is across the business, not only targeted at the landfill, but also the other issues that are written into the waste management licenses, particularly around the environmental compliance, monitoring of landfill gas, leachate. So we have brought those areas, and we've shared this with ETIA as well, on what the engineering intervention improvements will be on both the maintenance program as well as the capital program. So things like the leachate treatment plant has a 3-year program for increasing the capacity of treatment of leachate, by way of example. Second is on the expansion of the installation of landfill gas extraction wells to deal with landfill gas migration, and as well as the additional infrastructure refurbishments that are needed in these facilities that will improve the compliance going forward. I must say the impact of the flooding has necessitated a need to relook at the development plans as in form of mitigation on the infrastructure. So those ones on the next 3-year MTRF have been allowed for. The next item is on how are you prioritizing climate change? I think this area here, our immediate focus has been on stabilizing the core function. Whilst we do recognize the climate change agenda, our response has been is to get the data correct first. So in other words, have confidence in the data to be able then to go to market on how the city will be a role player with the private sector to initiate such projects, because these projects would generally come with large injection of capital funds, so to say. And if our bottom line business now shows that we're trying to break even and work towards having a sustained fiscal reform, then we do need to look at other funding models. But from an immediate climate change response, our two big landfills, Marion Hill, Bisaso Road, and Buffels Dry, all have landfill gas extraction equipment. So we are harnessing landfill gas. So we are, as our first line of defense, combating climate change to destroying the methane and CO2. We are generating electricity at Bisaso Road and Marion Hill, and the capacity there is around about 7 megawatts of electricity. But with that said, the capping and rehabilitation of those two landfill sites will also combat the climate change in terms of dealing with fugitive landfill emissions. I think I'll leave it there. There was another question on climate change that I'll bring in through how we're bringing the organic waste diversion strategy now to divert organic waste, which has a high methane potential, and beneficiate that in terms of the energy reform. The next question, number 4, from Honorable Paulson, it was mainly around the circular economy and the resource. I think your direct question was, one of the slides showed human waste. Yes, that was on the challenges that we showed for the informal settlements, where the teams picking up the refuse from these areas are now picking up human waste in that. It has created tension from a labor point of view. How have we approached that? Trading services is made up of electricity, water, and solid waste. So those challenges faced by the business have been taken with EWS, that's eThekwini Water and Sanitation, and an ablution program for those facilities that will be complemented in rollout, etc. will be done. I don't have those details, but we'll be able to actually bring that in terms of that sector's plan and how that will improve on the solid waste component. Sir, the item on the fire in Mshlanga Lagoon, I don't have those details, but I am aware that ETIA in the local area, as well as environmental health, have been close to this. I do know that there's been fines, etc., but the follow through, I'm not too sure. I've penned that down. I'll be able to engage our colleagues and come back to you. I think there's a separation at source that you made that's fundamental in being able to then manage the waste and guarantee feedstocks and actually have a viable business case. We have done some separation at source from mixed waste stream, and it shows that it's economically unviable. You have to focus on upstream diversion and sorting. That's why our response now is reconfiguring our orange bag process, and we are focusing on the easy wins, particularly like gated communities, etc., and bringing that through in our development planning, such that we put through a requirement linked to the development plans as well as the waste management bylaw that you will have to separate your waste in 2 different streams or 3 different streams. So I think that will have to be complemented with the National Treasury reform on how that program is going to be rolled out going forward. Energy recovery, I think we've done a lot of excellence in terms of analyzing feasibilities, and our response is that waste to energy is not a solution for a context like our environment, and the focus is on a decentralized system, more on upstream diversion and beneficiation. So that's the area that we're doing. The one thing that we can do, say, in terms of climate change here, is that the landfill gas project, it's the first in Africa that we have done. And I think the successes in implementing that project will be taken through on the next steps. So we are targeting the organic waste stream, and the concept is to develop an anaerobic digestion plant at the existing gas plants that we have now, and to inject that landfill gas as an alternative fuel into infrastructure that is already paid, and then to generate electricity from that. But it will need a private partner. I think your next question is, do we maintain the same level of service to the informal area as that of the formal? The question, yes, is yes. How are we managing that? So we have released a new set of contracts for the outsourced areas, and we've written into the condition of contract that the same level of service will have to be met. Those contracts have been onboarded now from January going on. We've further written up a service level agreement of what the exact administration process will be done to ensure the contractors comply. What numbers? I haven't mentioned those numbers in the presentation. Yes, our staff component across the entire business is about 2,600 staff. It's about 70% that sits in our operations side, which focuses on collection cleansing. Our management structure definitely needs a revision, and that will come through in the reform. However, we are responding now by bringing in at least a senior management component on areas of supporting and bolstering up education, the resource economy, and compliance. So at least by the first year into the reform, we will be able to have a revised institutional review that will be more responsive to the business. The next question from Honorable Temba was on the 5.2 billion residents, the 5.2 billion overtime. Those numbers were indicative in terms of what it will be if there's a continuation of business as usual. However, in terms of that 70% improvement of the trucks coming in, we've seen a reduction on the cost drivers for maintenance. There is hardly any need now for hiring of plant and equipment because we're utilizing our assets and we do have a pool base then to stretch across the business. Overtime as well, like I mentioned earlier, is also reduced. Your next question on 1,500 waste pickers, what is the budget and time frame? I think for now, so our immediate focus was on just to get the registration done, to be able to profile who are the waste pickers, where are they, and are they organized? And that's been done in majority of the areas. I can safely say the model that we're proposing at Buffalo's Dry, by having an alternative, in other words, sorting in a dignified area with basic equipment such as balers, a sorting area with a shelter over the top, and that's what we have done. The stakeholder engagement with the various waste pickers have shown that there is success now, and they are organized. I think our next step is now to get an operator on and to fine-tune the business case such that there's equitable distribution of the profits from the recycling. So that's a work in progress item. Your next one is on your fleet. If I can just see, you asked how old is the fleet. So we have some 726 units across the business. At least 250 odd is on the refuse collection fleet, which is the core resources. The replacement age model for that is 12 years. Where are we now? We're close to 10 years across that. So the intention from the capital investments that we have done, at least over the next MTRF, is to aggregate the backlog such that we will, over the reform period of the next 6 years, is to aim to bring that 10 years down to 6 years. So in other words, have a half-year life for the fleet. Hope that answers you. Your next question from Honorable Peach on the law enforcement and prosecution. Yes, sir. Those 6 law enforcements that we've had, we do have a record of the files being issued. The point in case is the one that we have at the Bisaso Road, which has been an ongoing issue. So we have a combination of Metro Police support as well as the internal law enforcement officers. And we have reported the stats on the numbers of fines issued and the admission of guilts to ETIA. We can pull out the stats for you on that. How many directors has the department received? Just by way of record, we have received a series of this. If I can recall, there was 3 directors that were linked directly to the storm damages that we had across the landfill sites. That has been responded to ETIA and has been closed off. The recent ones that are still work in progress, however, we have reported on progress, is on the illegal dumping hotspots. So there's a need to close those ones out. However, there's noticeable improvement on those. The prosecution of the cases in the public domain, probably ask one of my colleagues to help me with the response to that. I haven't been close to that. The 6th question was around the percentage off the road, 35%, and why are you sitting at 24%? I think if you look at it at face value, it seems that we're underperforming. But what that indicator says that the percentage allowed for off-the-road trucks is set at 35%, meaning that a percentage higher than 35% is red, and anything below 35% is good, is green. So the target that we have achieved is 24%, which is below the 35% target, and it's seen an improvement. It's not the other way around, because it's linked to the amount of trucks that are off the road. We will, however, in this new financial year going forward, be re-looking at that target, seeing that we getting a number lower. So we will try to get leaner and push our teams harder to become more efficient. So I think that revision on the target will have to be done. Your question around the next one, which is on reduced compliance to landfill sites. There's only 2 out of 4. Is there a need for more land? Honestly speaking, I don't think there's any more land that will be available for development of landfills, together linked with the whole NIMBY concept. So I think eThekwini is quite in a forward position in banking at least 75 years for the West, 50 years in the North, and at least 25 to 30 years in the South. Although we have these landfill sites, which are strategic assets, the strategic thrust going forward is maximizing the useful lives by diverting as much as we can away, but through an enabling environment with the private sector. So I think that probably covers that. Law enforcement, what has been done, as a result of the Shongweni work stoppages, particularly on the people employed. Yes, that work stoppage of 9 months did have an impact on work opportunities, mainly on the construction element. However, the labor-intensive works, the main contractor did, as part of the preliminary and general, carry those basic wages for those teams. But the construction linked to the employment, the construction opportunities for SMMEs, that actually sat for 9 months. However, with that said, the accelerated program in terms of catch-up has been done, so that work is not lost. It's just been caught up at a later stage. The next question was around the cleanliness of the beach and the state of the water quality. I do know our sister department has a section on pollution control, where there's the status of the beach quality and water drinking, etc. I think those mitigation measures that you requested in the quality dashboard of what the status is now, we'll have to obtain that for you. And the last question from the chair was around the timelines for the goals on slide 38. Yeah, I think those timelines, ma'am, we are yet to cast them, but we have a very strict window period of the next 6 years to bring that online. So we will have to take those strategic focus goals, but however assess that against what's viable from the financial assessment in terms of short, medium, and long, over the 1 to 2 years being short, 3 to 4 being medium, and 5 to 6 being long. I think your last question was on the waste picker. How many cooperatives? I do have stats for the North. The North has 144 registered, and the formalization of that organized group, there's 2 co-ops for the North. I do know the areas in Glenwood, Musgrave have an organized number with its waste pickers, but those details maybe my colleagues can help with that. Ma'am, I'll give it back to you. I hope I've covered most of it.
Thank you, Mr. Motley. For those that you could not respond to, would require that you respond in writing, including the last one that you responded to, of the waste speakers, the details. If you can respond in writing, and also the one that was raised by Honorable Paulson of the report on UPL. Yeah, you can respond on writing, Mr. Motley. Honorable members, I don't see any follow-up question, but also for the written responses, or Mr. Motley, the due date, or the timeline is the 10th of June. So we need the consolidated offense and fines that the city issued in the past financial year and actions associated with the fines, and also the stats on law enforcement, fines relating to UPL, as I have already mentioned, and other polluters, including illegal dumping, and details on prosecutions. The last one, also the details on the water quality of coastal waters, and the details on the cooperatives. I've already raised those things. So if you can respond in writing on by the 10th of June on those ones, Mr. Motley. Thank you very much for the presentation and also for your responses. Yeah, I see that you said thumbs up, meaning you have captured these written responses. Members, we are to Nelson Mandela. Before I do that, I was informed that the delegation is led by Councillor Buyeye, who is the MMC for Public Health. And also there's Mr. Mvunelwa. I had already mentioned his name when I was introducing the delegates who are in the meeting, who is Mr. Mvunelwa and the Executive Director, Public Health. Also, there's Ms. Jakala, Deputy Director, Solid Waste Management, and Mrs. Mkijima, who is the Deputy Director, Solid Waste Management. The Deputy Director, Solid Waste Management. So, Honorable Councillor Buyeye, you will indicate who is going to lead the presentation.
Good morning, Chair. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Good morning, Chair, and to the committee also, and the colleagues on the platform. Councillor Buyeye has just stepped out of the meeting. He has to take a television interview on the initiation program that the municipality is involved in. So he requested that I go ahead and do the presentation, but put this apology across. He'll be joining us in the next minute or so. My name is...
Who will be leading the delegation? Who will be doing the presentation? Because I see SM Bande here.
It is me, Sizwe Mvunelwa, Chair.
Oh, okay, Mr. Mvunelwa, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can you see the presentation, the first slide of the presentation?
Yes, we can see.
Thank you very much for that. The outline for the presentation, it looks that way, Chair. Will do an introduction and touch on several aspects within the presentation itself, where we'll be talking through the organogram, vehicles for our waste fleet and your cleansing and refuse collection, drop-off sites, waste minimization, and ultimately ending with challenges that we have experienced or currently experiencing. Next slide. Chair, we thought that as part of our presentation, let's give this picture on our directorate or on our sub-directorate and how we render services. In the Nelson Mandela Metro, solid waste is not yet a standalone directorate. It is a sub-directorate within the portfolio of public health, which incorporates various other sub-directorates. But part of the move by the National Treasury-led trading service reforms, the idea is to move towards making it a business unit that will be self-sustainable and also has a single point of accountability, which is a concept that is now a buzzword in the trading service reforms conversation. Next slide. obviously, we have our objectives that we have developed as the sub-directorate, where primarily the Constitution determines that we must be providing an environment that is healthy for people to live in, Section 24. But also we are guided by the National Waste Act of 2008, and we are currently also heavily involved in the reviewing of our integrated waste management plan, and we are looking at ensuring that to the best of our ability and within the resources at our disposal, we will be working towards compliance with the national legislative framework. Next slide. Next slide. What we are looking at here is to reflect on how our integrated waste management strategy reflects. At the center, you can see that we're talking about the service to the community. The green ones are the main focal areas for us, where we're looking at trade waste collection, where we're looking at managing transfer and drop-off sites, where we're looking at cleansing on the far right, Chair. I'm talking to the green ones on the slide. And then we've established also forums in the various areas. The metro is divided into 3 admin areas, being eThekwini, eKarika, and Dispatch, where we have these forums running. And then we're looking at our planning unit that also deals with contracts and data management. And then we have an environmental and education awareness unit, which is not as big as we'd like it to be. And also we have our law enforcement unit being part of what we are doing in order to promote that people who transgress legislation, especially the bylaws, are dealt with accordingly. And then the management of our 2 waste disposal sites. And finally, we have our domestic waste collection, whereby we are using various mechanisms. One of them in the domestic waste collection service, we are using private service providers and also community-based collection services. Next slide. This is the macro structure of the sub-directorate as it were right now. We won't dwell too much into it at the moment, because whilst we were doing this macro structure as part of the municipal staff regulations in terms of the Systems Act, the issue now of the trading services reform has since come in, which means we have to find a way of adjusting and combining the 2 processes so that we have one staff structure that's going to talk to the sustainability of the solid waste management services. Next slide. Our staff complement as things are right now is that in terms of approved positions, we have 736 positions, but of which 319 of such positions are not filled, which almost translates to a 52% vacancy rate. But what is positive about that at the moment is that we are in the process of filling. If you look at the last one, where we are talking general assistants, workers, general workers, and sweepers, where we have a vacancy rate or vacancies of around 257, we are in the process now in the next 2 weeks of filling about 80 of those positions at the moment. The intention is that we also up the number come the next financial year also. So that is a positive at the current moment. But as you can see above, we have several key positions that most of them, in fact, have been advertised. So the filling of such vacancies will be done by the end of the financial year. The bulk of those positions, as we can see them, will have been filled, bar the remainder of the 257. What we're currently doing is, although it's not the best practice, what we are doing is that where we have this significant number of vacancies, we do have a budget for EPWP. So sometimes we close that deficiency by utilizing EPWP as part of our program in terms of ensuring that we do our utmost to keep our areas clean. We move to the next slide. Currently, our fleet is comprising of 61 refuse compactors. Safe to say that 50 of the 61 is out of commission. What that translates then to is that 50 that is out of commission, we have to source from external service providers. What that has resulted in is that our expenditure on external hiring over the past 3 years has exponentially grown to an extent that we're running the risk of running the service down. But the positive out of maintaining the number of fleets on the road is that refuse removal as a service is stable. At any one go in the Nelson Mandela Metro, when we have studied rounds which were done in consultation with the work study unit of the municipality, at any one day, we are needing no less than 44 refuse compactors to be on the road. And then the remainder is a service that gets rendered to areas that previously have not been serviced. And then we also have our 10 tipper trucks that we should be having on a daily basis, and we have none of those. We do not have flat deck trucks. We do not have LDVs for supervision. We do not have roll-on, roll-off trucks. The picture chair that we are honestly painting, and also we've painted it to council, and council has taken cognizance of that picture, is that one can effectively say we have indirectly outsourced our service for refuse removal and solid waste management in general. And council has begun now a process of recapitalizing its fleet, but not at the pace that we have recommended, but gradually doing so. Also, we do not have our front-end loaders, or let me just put it this way, we do not have yellow plant that is currently owned by the municipality. We do not have tipper trucks that are owned by the municipality. In our disposal sites, we need machinery like your dozers, which is specified in our permit conditions to be no less than a D8 size, and several water tankers that are needed. We own none of that. So all this cost goes towards hiring from external service providers. Next slide. What we are reflecting on this slide, Chair, is that our revenue is currently sitting at just over half a billion rand. But in terms of our expenditure, we are spending more than the revenue that we are generating. But having said that, the mayor over the past few months has led a program where we've established a revenue enhancement team comprising of various directorates, especially service delivery directorates. And one of the focus areas is on solid waste management and the revenue potentially that we might be leaking. One simple example on areas where we think we might be leaking potential revenue is that we have a lot of spaza shops in the various townships, residential areas, and in most instances, those businesses, because what they are essentially, they are businesses, are not paying commensurate to the service that they are rendering. I mean, they are receiving from the municipality. So part of the strategy is to ensure that we bring these potential leakages into the mainstream of the revenue that we can generate for for the municipality to continue having a sustainable service towards its populace. Next slide. What we are showing, Chair, here for the current financial year specifically is that we have a capital budget of almost 50 million rand, but the bulk of it, as you can see, item 2, the replacement of refuse compactors. Council, in recognizing and in listening to the proposal that we've been making at council to say council needs to begin a process of recapitalizing its fleet for this current financial year and the MTREF over the next 2 years. 90 million rand has been made available for us to begin a process of recapitalizing, especially at the moment with refuse compactors. Hence, you see that 30,000 rand. We might not have reflected it here in the slide, Chair, but it's important to note that we can confidently say we've successfully purchased 7 of the vehicles even before the end of the financial year, and we've taken delivery of the fleet that, of the vehicles that we have purchased, meaning our capital expenditure spent with regards to the funding that was made available in this financial year. We've completed that, and council is quite silently happy because the funding that was made available has actually been spent. And also our waste disposal site, before you go to that next slide, our waste disposal site is the largest, which is Arlington, Chair. That site had been neglected for quite a long time because of budget availability. But when lobbying for funding and in the business plans that we're submitting, we were able to source funding from the urban, from the ISO grant that is focusing on informal settlements development program to source funding, which is now at the region of around 36 million rand. But for this current financial year, it's 13 million rand that we already have spent in the fencing of Arlington. It's a multi-year project that will be funded also in the coming financial year, thus bringing to a close the expense that is needed to secure the site so that we start putting in security measures to ensure that there is access is properly controlled in line with the permit conditions, and also other security measures are put in place because this site has been notorious for having mugs, people getting shot at inside our disposal site, especially this one. So this is now going to be a story of an occasion of the past where people will be marked within our own facilities. Next slide. Here, Chair, we are just giving a summary of how our budget is. We're sitting with a 92% expenditure, operating budget, and 8% of our total budget comprises of the CAPEX. We know that we need to be spending more or providing more for our CAPEX, but the constraints currently contributing to it is the fact that over the past 2 years, our collection rate, not just for solid waste or refuse removal service, but it has begun to dwindle to, I think with refuse removal, we are now sitting at the lowest we've ever had in a long time, where we are at around 56% collection rate for the institution, which is what we are saying as part of the leakages that I mentioned earlier, to say if we begin to close those leakages, then we'll find a way of ensuring that we improve on our revenue and revenue generation, but crucially will be the strategies that we'll be putting in place in order to ensure that the revenue that we are generating is actually finding its way into the municipal coffers. Thank you, Chair. That's next slide. Part of our analysis with regards to solid waste management in general, and part of what we put together as an exercise towards these trading services reforms led by the National Treasury, is that we've done various projections to make a determination that in order for us to access the grant that is upcoming come the next financial year for solid waste services, is that we will need potentially, even if it's over 2 years, because as eThekwini has mentioned, that the grant is intended to be rolled out over the next 6 years. So already we've worked on the cost of what we potentially might be needing as a capital injection in year 1 and year 2, in order for us to begin a process of ensuring that there is sustainability in the service that we are rendering. If you look in the middle, we have waste disposal facilities as a box there. Currently, we are running 19 drop-off sites, but all of them, their state is dilapidated. So we would need to reinvest into that, because if we leave that infrastructure to be run down, it means we are creating a space for the community not to have a facility that they can walk to without having transportation if they don't have transport. So these 18 disposal sites that we are having, drop-off sites, they are meant to get people to within walking distance where they are. They are not a number that we would like to continue to have. We need to have more, but at the moment we would need to improve on the management of the existing ones. We are showing there in terms of the number of the services that we are rendering, the 240,000 households where we render services in the formal built-up areas of the metro. And also we have 156 informal settlements within the metro. Those 156 settlements, currently we are rendering a service in 132 of them, which gives us an 84% of rendering services to informal settlements. What we do in terms of the minimum standards on refuse removal and receptacle provision by the municipality, we issue 10 bags per household for every second month, so that there is bags, receptacles that the community out there will be able to use in order to have their refuse collected. With regards to trade services, we have 1,659 collection points, and we know these points because all businesses, or the businesses that we are using to get to that 1,659 collection points, is that we enter into a service agreement with the various businesses using various mechanisms. Some of them, they use skip bins, some of them, they use the 1.1 cubic meter bins, some of them use the 240 liter wheelie bins. Then coming to our cleansing services, I've already spoken to the 19 drop-off sites that we have, but the biggest area that we are grappling with is that when it comes to illegal dumping, this service is not directly paid for. So whenever someone has, for argument's sake, not woken up in the morning to get their refuse collected on the refuse removal day, they can easily dump it and it becomes a municipal issue now to clean it up. So what we have proposed as part of our refining our tariff policies is to find a way that we can get some sort of funding, even if it's nominal, from various households in order to ensure that there is reasonably adequate funding for us to keep our areas clean on a service that is not directly paid for.
Mr. Mvunelo, you are 8 minutes left. No? You have 8 minutes left.
I'm almost done, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you very much. And then we've identified the 2 operational sites, and we also have 2 that are currently not operational. But the biggest area with the 2 that are closed is that they are not properly rehabilitated and closed. And that in itself will require capital injection or funding injection so that we are able to do so. Next slide. Here, Chair, we are just reflecting on the formal and informal households on how the percentage of us rendering refuse collection services. Next slide. Our working together with environmental health services, Chair, our focus on illegal dumping is with municipal owned properties where a private property has been, there's been dumping happening. That responsibility we hand over to municipal health services to follow up with regards to their policies, laws, and regulations. Next slide. This is a visual picture of the Arlington site on the top picture, the entrance, which is gonna be revamped and refurbished once the fencing is also closed, as I've spoken to earlier. We're reflecting that it does have it does have a permit. The one on the bottom, the picture, is a picture of our Uruskloof landfill site. And those are the tonnages, Chair, of waste that were recorded for 2023, 2024, and also audited by our internal audit. Next slide. We did design an elimination of illegal dumping strategy, Chair, but at the moment we are unable to fully fulfill what is intended with it, of course, due to financial constraints, and especially the fact that we have to hire plant and machinery in order to get this work done from external service providers. Hence the push to have them, the recapitalization of the municipality to take place as soon as council is able to. And then we are showing one of the drop-off sites that we are running in partnership with an NPO within the area. It's working very well because we believe also that partnerships are worthy to follow because that's where the community also gets involved. And the next slide, I'm almost landing, Chair. We are in the process now of reviewing our integrated waste management plan. We are almost at the stage of getting the public to participate. And over the past 2 years, we rolled out, or we started by having a pilot project on the separation at source. We know that the objectives in terms of the National Waste Management Strategy is to reduce waste that's going to the landfill site. So over the past 2 years, we identified a particular ward where we were able to do a waste characterization so that we are able to know what comes out of the various communities. We've started now to roll out the waste separation program to other less affluent areas, and we are working together with NPOs in order to those that can get people to generate or to make waste make money for them. That's what we are in the process of rolling out, Chair. And if I can go to the last slide, we are also in the process of, I've spoken to this one slide, Chair. It's our continuation. And then we also have 5 law enforcement officers for our waste, for that enforce waste management bylaws. We know that it is not enough, but there was an intention on us to tap into EPWP so that we are able to capacitate local communities. But that project has not taken off as yet, Chair. It's just an idea that we are having in order to beef up on the law enforcement situation. And coming to land, Chair, we've identified several areas that need. Next slide. Despite the fact that refuse removal is stable based on the number of refuse compactors we have, illegal dumping is continuing to be rampant. We know that it's not only affecting the Nelson Mandela Bay, but it's happening across the country. And that is proven by various presentations by even DFFE to say this needs to be kept. SALCA also, we are working together. We participate in the various fora. We understand that we need to have a mechanism to have a mindset change, a paradigm shift with the communities. So we are looking at ways of improving our capacity to continue with education and training. We've raised the issue of insufficient budget and the recapitalization that we need to go with. And yes, I think the last point, Chair, is the one of the refuse receptacles. Although we've initiated the waste mineralization initiatives, working together with various NPOs within the area. That is it for our side, Chair. There is the last slide is a big thank you. Thank you, Chair, and the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Mbonelwa. Honorable members, that is the presentation from Nelson Mandela Metro Municipality. Can I note hands? I see Honorable Paulson, followed by Honorable Nalumango, Honorable Makasi, followed by Honorable Kumalo, Honorable Mkize, followed by Honorable De Block. In that order, honorable members. Honorable Paulson.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The presenter indicated like the vehicles that they don't have and that they are, which services they have outsourced, and he didn't tell us about how many people they have in that directorate to take care of the 1.4 million people in Nelson Mandela Bay. In addition to that, Chairperson, I think we should be really alarmed that there's actually very little for this directorate in terms of successes. It seems like a failed directorate. They don't have money. There's no sign of any money coming into the directorate to address the problem of, or the task of waste management. So we need to have an understanding. We haven't even touched on the other things. I mean, and this is a fairly small municipality, 1.4 million, compared to eThekwini that was 4.5 million. Yet it struggles in many respects to address a very critical issue of waste management. So we need to have an idea from the directorate as to what is being done to highlight these challenges of resources, both physical and human resources. We didn't get any idea as to what sort of programs are being undertaken to look at or to implement a circular economy where they would recycle their waste and compost and prevent actually doing what the other metros have done and going on to having massive landfills. I mean, land is a very scarce resource, especially in municipalities or metro municipalities where we need land for homes rather than landfills. So, you know, landfills is a bad idea. Like I said previously, waste is a product of a lack of imagination. So we have to look at other ways of dealing with our waste. So I want to know, over and above the challenges of resources and, you know, what sort of plans does the municipality have that we can strengthen the argument for more resources, whether it's from the province or from national, that we can actually look at fighting for this municipality, because it's unlikely that they would be able to get it from levies or from the metro revenue. It seems you know, if one reads between the lines, it's just a very grim picture of how the metro is being run. And if one goes to Nelson Mandela Bay, you get a sense that there's serious problems in that metro. There's a
Honorable Paulson, is it me who got froze up or cut off, honorable members? Or is it Honorable Paulson?
It's him, Chair.
It's him. Oh, okay. Honorable Paulson, are you done? Okay. Honorable Nalumango? Honorable Paulson? I think he's out. Honorable Nalumango? Honorable Nalumango?
Yes, Honorable Ganso, I was just checking the alarm, whether it's warning me to vacate the building. There's an alarm going off here on our floor.
Oh, okay.
In Plain Street. Okay. Hopefully they will come and fetch me if it's a fire. Okay, I've got the following questions. You know, what we've seen in the presentation is that there's quite a number of vacant positions. So I just want to focus on where the superintendent, you know, vacant positions. And because the superintendents are normally the ones that are coordinating, you know, the workers. And so if there are so many vacant positions of superintendents, then who is coordinating all these workers? And then in the assessment, what is the impact of this high vacancy rate on service delivery? And noting that, you know, out of 61 refuse compactors, 50 are out of commission. What does the out of commission mean? I wanted to get an understanding of what does this out of commission mean? Is it, you know, that you are getting your services from outside service providers, etc.? I would like that to be explained, please. And then there is a fleet that you have indicated to be scrapped. What does it mean and how is it helping, you know, the municipality then to function? And then noting that your budget requirement is over 1 billion, what measures have you put in place to diversify your sources of funding? And to date, how much do you have towards this grant amount? This grant amount. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nalumango. Honorable Makas.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the official from Nelson Mandela Bay. The official spoke on the issue of outsourcing or giving outside people to do services for them. And I think I would want to check with him if they do have the actual value of money that they are spending on this hired fleet. I want to compare whether that money is not more than if they can fix their cars or at least maybe buy a new fleet. And then the second question, Chair, is I want to check a follow-up to what Honorable Nalumango has just asked now on the issue of the vacancies. As in one of the slides, it is reflecting that the sub-directorate has got 329 vacancies altogether, which to me is an alarming number given the rate of unemployment in our country. And I want to check what is the attributing factor to this, and if they can take us through as to when have these positions been vacant, and what plans do they have in place to fill them, if they intend to do that, and if why are they keeping them so long if it's long. And then I would also want to zoom into the 257 general assistants, stroke workers, stroke sweepers posts that are also reflecting there. I want to also check the reason behind not filling them, because to my understanding, these positions as reflected or mentioned there, it's positions that are ordinary and do not require any formal or special skills or training for that matter. And I'm asking these questions because I'm worried about the issue of the high rate of unemployment in our country, and we still have such reports that reflect so much vacancies that are reflecting, and that there's more that is given to overtime payments to the directorate, which I think that's overworking the workers, even if there is more money given to them. If they can give us that breakdown or a report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Makasi. Honorable Kumalo.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chairperson, I'm very sorry. The network was kicking me in and out. I'm very sorry. But I'm also welcoming the report from Nelson Mandela. Chairperson, I'm just having some few questions. One, the 10 packs you are providing in 2 months, do you think it's sufficient? What are the limitations of providing more, if any? And do you provide these packs on formal or informal household? Chairperson, how do they determine which areas should also get the yellow packs? Because it seems that not all areas get these packs. Chair, are the 33 informal waste transfer and drop-off centers operating legally? What is the additional cost you are incurring to transport waste to further landfill site, since the ones that were closer to the township have shut down? Lastly, Chair, what are the reasons for the closure of the 2 landfill sites, and how has this closure impacted your work? Do you have plans to get new land? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kumalo. Honorable Mkiza.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. And I would like to welcome the presentation from Mr. Mvunelwa in connection with waste management from Nelson Mandela Bay. My first question was already asked by Honorable Makasi about how much has the city been already spent from hiring that 45 private competitors. Then I won't ask that one. But the second question is, when will a full costed rehabilitation design for eBay be tabled, and what contingency exists if Kudus Kloof's single aging compactor fails, given its 178 kiloton annual throughput? My last question is, given the document capital backlog of 1.3 billion rand, why does the 2024 and 2025 budget devote only 8%, which was 49 million rands, to capex? And where is the funded program to reach compliance with national landfill norms by 2028? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mkhize. Honorable de Blok.
Thank you, Chairperson. I've been largely covered, but I'll pose the same questions that I posed to eThekwini earlier. In terms of the trading service reforms being put forward by Treasury and requiring compliance in the next couple of years, what is your department doing in terms of driving efficiencies and also your revenue collection, since you've raised that as an issue? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable de Blok. Honorable Managa. Honorable Mkhize, can you please lower your hand?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Let me also welcome the presentation. My question, Chair, is on operation and maintenance of landfill sites. The two landfill sites that are closed, the Ibai and Guanobutle. Honorable Khumalo did touch on that issue of closed landfill sites. I hope the city or the metro is aware of its responsibilities to maintain clean and safe environment. Like you did mention, Chairperson, in your introduction, we are very much worried about the filthiness of the cities in our country. The closure of the landfill sites, when other landfill sites are not being opened, it's a fact. It's an issue that it's concerning. They say they want to rehabilitate the Ibai. We just wanna hear their rehabilitation plan. Is it in place? If it's not in place, when are they gonna start with the rehabilitation of the Ibai landfill site? Which steps are they going to take, or they are intending of taking in rehabilitating that landfill site? If they've started, on which stage are they, and how long is it expected to take or to be fully rehabilitated as per their plan? We are worried. The cities there in Ibai or the township or the nearby areas, Chair, they are dead. We've been there when we were doing oversights. We were not impressed with the state of the city in that area. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Managa. Honorable Temba.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me greet everyone who's here. I have some questions to ask to Mr. Mvunelwa. I've been going through the presentation that they've sent us, which is when I go through the presentation, I pick up a lot of things that are happening in this metro, which is we really need to take this serious. I'm so worried about the way they are operating. Let me pose my questions. Question number one. I've picked it up that they have approved, or there are 736 posts that have been approved, and there are 329 vacancies, more especially on the landfill or on the waste management. Then my question is one: if they have 329 vacancies, actually, who's working here? How are they managing to collect waste if they have 329 vacancies, which is being budgeted? They've received this money, and after receiving this money, on the other side, they don't have trucks. Where is this money going of these employees of 329? That is my question. What's happening here? We really need to focus on this and get to the bottom of it. What is happening with this money? And yeah, really, this is worrying me. But let me continue. On that one, why was the department left 329 waste management posts unfilled for a second consecutive years? This is the second year where these posts are not filled. And what deadline will it set to reduce the vacancies rate below 10% so that every informal settlement receive a weekly collection? My second question: with 82% municipal compact out of service and 192 million needed for replacement, how much has the city already spent hiring these 45 private compactors? And why is it cheaper than restoring its own fleet? That is my second question. My third question is, how many times a year are your employees receiving PPE? My other question, on wellness program, are the employees getting an hepatitis B and a tetanus injection for their safety? Let me end there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Themba. Honorable members, let me come to you. I see the time is against us now. It's 12:11. But I just need your proposal here, whether we should take Nelson Mandela responses or we reschedule them for another date, or else we allow Nelson Mandela to respond, then we reschedule the third presentation. But I'm depending on you, members, with regards to this. Can you just indicate, members, what should we do? I need your prompt advice here. Honorable Makasi, I see your hand.
Thank you, Chair. I would propose that we get responses from Nelson Mandela, and then the other presentation, we defer it to a next meeting.
Okay. Okay. Is there any counter for that proposal? because this one, when we received this application or to meet the portfolio committee, it sounded very urgent. There's elephants that are on the loose. However, if the House agrees that we reschedule them for another meeting, then for another date, then that will be granted. Honorable members, are you fine? Honorable Mkiza, I see your hand.
I will differ from Honorable Makasi. I will suggest that maybe we can allow them to answer us later and listen to the next presentation. Thank you.
All right, Chair, if the matter is urgent, as you say, I would support Honorable Mkiza that we deal with the urgent matter.
Okay. Nelson Mandela, you have noted the questions. We will therefore communicate with you on to when are you coming to respond to the portfolio committee. We are pressed with time, and I think we will have to release you and allow for the third presentation. Mr. Mvunelo?
Yes, Chair. Thank you very much. Yes, we've heard what the committee is saying, but I just wanted to confirm, as I was speaking at the beginning, the MMC came back from his interview, so he's been with us all the time I was presenting, and then a question. Thank you very much.
Noted, and I hope that Councillor has also noted that we will call you again to respond to the questions that were raised by the members. Hopefully, we will give you enough time to give us all the details that we are looking for.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you, Nelson Mandela. You are released, and also eThekwini, if you are still here, you are released. Can we then move to the third presenter? Chi. Now,
Yes, Chair, Honorable Singh has joined the meeting for the overview, and thereafter we'll hand over to Mr. Msimang.
Okay. Honorable Singh, over to you. DM, we have received your apology that you will join us. Over to you. You are welcome.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members of the committee and everybody else that's on board. Yes, I was at Cabinet Committee. I'm here now with the team of officials from KZN Wildlife and DFFE to respond to the letter that was sent to the Minister last week. The Minister deferred the letter to me regarding the Mawana community and the elephant issue. So I'm here with the team to respond to the issues there. But having said that, I must say that for us, any loss of life or property is of primary concern. But we would really like to hear the community. I had a briefing meeting with about 20 of my officials yesterday from relevant authorities, just to get an update on the situation in the area. And but I'd just like to hear the community on this particular matter, because if it's as serious as they are suggesting in the letter which a senior state advocate has sent to the portfolio committee, then we have some interventions, short, medium, and long-term interventions that we would like to suggest to the community and the portfolio committee. But however, I'm in your hands, Madam Chair, whether you want Mr. Msimango, Miss Mango, Kolani Miss Mango, Senior State Advocate, to present. And I don't know if he's presenting on behalf of the community, or is he presenting on behalf of the NPA, which is the Directorate of Public Prosecutions. So I don't know in which capacity he's presenting, but I just see his name attached to the letter that we received and that was sent to Chair Lega. So I'll just pause at that moment, Madam Chair, and get directions from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable TM. Let's allow Mr. Msimang.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Good morning, Honorable
We are
members.
pressed with time. Please try to be quick. Yeah. because there are members that still have to travel to Parliament that
Yes,
are
I
going
will
to
try
take a
to be
bus.
short.
Please.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. I am presenting as a community member, not as a representative of NPA. Mawane Elephant were owned by the late Mr. van der Vaart, who died in 2017, and the game reserve was therefore not properly maintained. And in 2018, there were non-compliant notices that were issued by Wildlife, and there was still no compliance with those notices. And it is not clear what was followed up on the non-compliance. Then elephants started to go beyond the game reserve and started to give headache to the nearest communities. It was difficult to figure out who was the owner or who was responsible for the elephants. We kept on looking for the responsible person, and we found several white people who came to the area. Some of them later on advised that no, they are not actually involved with the elephants, and they were just assisting. And one of them was Grandfold. Grandfold was one of those white people. In 2020, while a group of white people were trying to drive them back to Mawane Game Reserve, elephant killed one of them. That was a bear scooter. And on several occasions, elephants are chasing community members when they collect cattle from the forest where our cattle are grazing. In most cases, people escaped unharmed. This has been a situation for years. And in January 2024, we managed to get contact of the MEC. Then it was Mr. Honorable Siboniso Duma by then. We then contacted him and he referred us to CEO of Wildlife, Mr. Sihle Mkhize, and Mkhize was also contacted. But it is important to mention that, Chairperson, by this time there were several officials that we were also referred to, including Mr. Koza, Mkabela, Padima, Mr. as well, and all those were coming from KZN Wildlife. However, it appeared that they hold no authority or enough authority to deal with this straight elephant. In March 2024, elephants chased and caught up with one person, Mr. Buthelezi, from our village. It tramped over him and he was severely injured. He was alone when this happened and he had to spend a night in the forest as he was unable to walk. And he was found on the following day and taken to the road using blankets, and he was then taken to hospital and he survived. After this, we contacted officials from Wildlife, including CEO himself, who said, open quote, concomitant actions will be taken. We did not know what he was saying or meaning, since nothing happened thereafter. And at all the time when we tried to contact him, he is unreachable on the phone or not answering messages that we have been sending to him. Loziba, the interference of Loziba. Grandfold is owner of Loziba. According to him, he wanted to build a new game reserve in the farm which he was not owning. In the farms, a lot of farms that he was not owning. I attached the map where he was mapping out his game reserve, though the farms were not belonging to him. He wanted to take lands that is used by people to graze their cattle and building this game reserve called Loziba. We do not know where Grant is coming from. He never came to the community to address the community. However, he was saying the land was given to him When the elephant injured Mr. Buthelezi in March 2024, we saw him for the first time in the meeting on the 30th of March 2024. It was made clear to him that there is no land available for him to establish such game reserve. He is using elephants to donate millions from overseas for overseas countries. He is saying elephants are in danger of being killed by the community members. He is not using such money to fence Mawane Game Reserve so that the elephant can go back to Mawane, but instead wanted to establish his own wealth through these elephants. And in the expense of the community, for that matter, Chairperson. He and the other NGOs put trackers on the elephants. They are able to see where they are, but they do nothing to prevent conflict with people. They always react only when they are told that the elephants are causing damages. They tried several times to remove them with helicopters, but they failed. The damage is caused by the elephants. They chase people whenever they see them. They are violent. They damage crops, and people are no longer plowing. They chase school children to the extent that in some other days, children had to stay at home, not going to school. They chase communities when they walk to catch up taxis to towns. The meetings, there are a couple of meetings held in the community where the owner of Mawane, NGO, Wildlife, and police were present. On the 30th of March in the meeting, there was a meeting when the daughter and sons of Van der Vaart indicated that elephants now belong to Wildlife since they were res nullis. At that time, Wildlife wanted to sort out internal issues. Meeting on the 24th of August, the FFE was represented by Mr. Mbete, at our request for that matter, Chairperson, because we could see that Wildlife is having a problem. Again, it was stressed that elephants shall not be moved from the from the community and placed in a place where there will be no conflict with the community. It was transpired that there is no place where elephants can be translocated in Africa. It was said that the only option was to cull them entirely. Wildlife then applied for the permit from DFFE, and we were told that on a different occasions that more information was needed by DFFE. We have been recently told that DFFE refused a permit to cull them. Hence, we contacted this office for the assistance. One of the reasons was that they are no longer giving problems to the community, which is not the case. Recent elephants have been visiting homesteads and they are destroying maize for community. In the last meeting that we had on the 19th November 2024, all parties were asked to come up with the plan to resolve the issue. Community indicated that elephants had to be taken away, translocation, or be killed. Grant was in the meeting and he failed to suggest any plan with the elephant. Our conclusion is that Wildlife has been unable to solve this issue. Many times when you speak about the elephants with them, they will tell you about Grant. At one time, they wanted to count them and they did not do so because Grant told them not to fly over a certain area. Yet he is not owning any piece of land where elephants are located. We have no idea how he controls these processes, but he is one who is creating all problems now. We hear for the first time that dangerous animals, big five for that matter, can graze in an open area as it is happening in our area. We feel that government, through its organs, is failing us and is in the breach of our constitutional right. The environment we live in is not safe. We feel that a decision by DFFE is not in line with the Constitution. DFFE shall review their decision. That is it. Perhaps what is not included in this chairperson is that we also lodged a complaint with a hotline in the Office of the President, and the Office of the Premier KwaZulu-Natal was tasked with this matter, to solve this matter. Not even on a single instance that they visited our community and tried to solve the problem. It was only over telephonic communication with myself. We have requested CEO himself to come to the community and address the issue with the community. That has never happened. We have requested that a senior officials from Wildlife must come to the community and we try to resolve the matter. That has never happened. I've noted in the report of 2022-2023 of DFF of National Environment Compliance Environment Report that if one is not complying with the compliant notice, there are prosecution, but there is none in this case. And again, Chairperson, there is a claim already against the state, which amounts to 8 million by Mr. Buthelezi, who was injured by this animal. I'm not sure if keeping this animal around that area will contribute to more claims, whether the state is like having so much amount to keep on paying people that are injured by these animals, because in the near future they will caught up with somebody else.
Thank you.
Since they are
Thank you,
chasing
Mr.
them on a daily
Msimang.
basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Msimang. Thank you very much for your presentation. I am going to hand over to DFFE and Ezemvelo to respond. You have 20 minutes to respond to this, what is raised by Mr. Msimang. I'm not sure who's going to start.
Madam Chairperson, if I may just come in first and
Okay,
just
TM.
introduce those that I Yeah, firstly, I want to thank Mr. Msimango for bringing this to our attention. The letter that he wrote didn't contain all these issues that he has stated here, which are serious issues, I must say, and that is why as soon as it reached our desk, we are giving it the urgent attention that it deserves, because we cannot continue having, or we cannot have loss of lives or property in the manner that he has suggested has happened. Having said that, I would like to request you that Vuyiswa Hatebe from Ezemvelo KZN Wildlife, who are responsible for that area, make a short presentation. And I don't think time is going to allow us, Madam Chair and honorable members, for us to go into all the details. But what I want to suggest is that after Vuyiswa, there could be questions, and then we could just look at a way forward in this regard. Safe to say that Mr. Msimango is correct, that there was a letter written by DFFE to Vuyiswa Hatebe regarding the permit that they wanted to destroy 45 animals. They wrote in as KZN Wildlife to DFFE, and DFFE pointed out to them that KZN Wildlife may from time to time utilize the current valid permit for the management of damage-causing animals when it experiences human-wildlife conflict within the KwaZulu-Natal province. So there is that opportunity, but I think it requires a bigger discussion. I was with the Minister at Cabinet just now. There's an elephant strategy that he has put out. We've got some short-term interventions that we want to propose here and assure Mr. Msimango and the community that we'll be hands-on on this as DFFE, working with KZN Wildlife and other organizations that are interested in animal welfare, together with the owners of the referred to properties. So if Vuyiswa can be allowed to come in and do a short presentation, I'd appreciate that, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
Just good. Good afternoon, Chair and the Portfolio Committee members, Deputy Minister, and all of the people that are attending the meeting. I will take you through a very brief presentation. I understand the time that we're bound by time, and I'll try by all means possible to take the least time in terms of this presentation. Firstly, I must then advise the members that I'm going to be presenting on the work that has been done by the provincial authority in the management of the roaming elephants in the province. And just for information as well, is that the Mawana Game Reserve is a private game reserve. It's not any of Ezemvelo KZN Wildlife. So as the provincial authority, we have an obligation once we discover that there are animals that are roaming and they may be posing threats on the livelihoods as well as the people's lives in the area. Now, just for context as well, this area is in Vryheid in Ulundi, KwaZulu-Natal, and the yellow area is where the animals originate. That is the Mawana Game Reserve. And from the tracking data, we can already see that the elephants are were roaming outside of Mawana.
We're not seeing your presentation, Vuyiswa. We're not seeing your presentation.
Yeah, we are not seeing anything on the screen.
Okay, sorry about that. We'll share just now. We just asked for rights. We couldn't share earlier on. We wanted to share, but we didn't have the rights. Can you see anything?
Yes, now, yes.
I need to put it on PowerPoint presentation mode. Yeah. Thank you. So you can see the orientation DM.
Move your slides a bit. We see more of the. Sorry, Chair. We see more of the typing than the. We can just see some elephants, but keep moving it, and maybe it'll help.
Okay.
Chair, I don't know from your side if it's okay.
Okay. In terms of the norms and standards, if we have elephants that are roaming in the area and that they've been declared that they don't have an owner, which I think Uxolani has touched on, which are called res nullis. This was the case with the Mawana elephants, because at the time that we wanted to issue them with the compliance notice, they then said to us, those elephants do not belong to them. And in terms of the norms and standards, the provincial authority has a mandate to then jump in and then be responsible for those elephants, or the person whose property the elephants are roaming they can then take responsibility depending. So in this case, the elephants are roaming outside of Mawana, and if the property owner where they are roaming decides that they're going to take them over, they have the right to those elephants, or else the provincial authority takes charge. That is why as Emvelo then we took charge of those elephants. Just as we did that, then there was an incident around August which called for us to act as Emvelo. And since we have a standing permit on the damage causing animals, under the instruction of the CEO, we then attended to those animals. We first surveyed the area, and then after that, we had to destroy those elephants because of the extent of the damage in the area. So that was in August. I think also Xolani referred to it. There was a whole backlash in terms of the media after the killing of those 9 elephants. It was then we changed the strategy under the directive again of CEO. We then changed the strategy and said, maybe it's time that we involved everybody involved. We went on media asking for any stakeholders to try and come up with a non-lethal mechanism that we can use to save the elephants as well as safeguard the lives of the communities. We got responses on emails, a lot of them, and most of those responses were talking about simple things like planting chilies and all of that, but we couldn't because of the extent that this damage has been, the extent of the breakouts of the elephants. Then we had a meeting which involved the communities, which Xolani also alluded to, where we were also trying to find a way forward in terms of how we can have a permanent solution which can satisfy both the communities as well as our NGOs and any other people that have got interest on the elephants. Unfortunately, during that meeting, it was clear from the communities that they wanted those elephants removed or either destroyed. But in terms of the NGOs, they still thought that there could be a plan that could work. And that is what we tried to listen to when we were engaging with them. This is the permit that Xolani was referring to. Then we had a presentation later on, which then spoke about the emergency area, which was talking about dropping the fences in between the private landowners in the area, and then housing these elephants as an emergency because the situation was getting out of hand. So there was discussions between the grant that was being referred to earlier on, as well as the landowners on dropping the fences and having this area home to the elephants that were roaming. So the area started being fenced around October, November, and the report that we received recently, which I think on Saturday, was that only 6 kilometers of the area is left to be fenced. The red area is the area that will not be fenced, is the area that will be left for the elephants to go through, so they will be pushed through that gate. And the black area is the area that makes about 6 kilometers of the remainder that needs to be fenced for that emergency area. In this picture, I wanted to just show to you the area that has been fenced off. It's the area on the right with the yellow background, because that is the area that is being fenced to house the elephants.
Your slide is not moving. Sorry,
Your
your slide is not moving. Your slide is not moving at all. Thank you.
It's on which slide, DM?
Still first.
It is not moving at all. Sis. We're looking at the rhinos here, not even elephants.
You're right, Chair.
Chi, can you assist?
Sending something to Chi. Advocate Mitchell is sending something to her. Thanks.
I don't know what else can I do.
Maybe take it out of the presentation mode. and see if there's going to be a
Okay.
difference.
Can you see, has it moved?
No, not yet.
Chairperson, she is sharing a Word
Just
document, not a PowerPoint presentation.
Yes, I
The
will listen to
PowerPoint
that.
presentation is slightly different from the document that is on our screen.
Yeah, it's a Word document. Yeah, that's true.
Can you assist us by changing this presentation to a PowerPoint? We see fencing, okay, disappeared again. Fencing the emergency area. Slide
Yes.
7.
Yes, that is where we were.
Okay. You can continue.
Can you see it? Yes. Okay. This was when I was talking about the dropping of the fences from the private landowners. So these were the community, the owners of the land that makes about 8,300 hectares as the emergency area. Then I also showed this picture. I hope you can see it as well, with the red, which shows the gate that is going to be used to push the elephants into this area. The fence have been energized, so they are electrified as per the norms and standards, but it's not yet complete. We're still running short of 6 kilometers to finish the area. And then in this one, I wanted to show the bigger project that Xolani was also referring to, the Loziba by grant. The dotted, the black area that is dotted is the area that is called Loziba. But for now, we are not talking about Loziba. We are talking about the emergency area, which is just on the right-hand side of Mawana. Mawana is the one in pink. The shaded area with the yellow, where the elephants are roaming currently. That is where we are saying it's going to be an emergency area to fence off these elephants as an intervention that is already taking place. In terms of the work that is being done, I just added that slide so that I can demonstrate, because I could hear that there was uncertainty from Xolani as well on the work that has been done on site. We have flown over the area as well, and we have seen the fence that has been put up by the project in terms of trying to house these elephants. Just the last slide is on key interventions, just to say that immediate solutions to what is happening in the area is that as Emvelo, we've committed to expedite the remainder of the 6 kilometers as part of the emergency area, that at least by the end of June, we'll be able to finish off that area so that we can push those animals into that enclosed area. And then DFFE, in the discussions that we had, they've also agreed that they are going to explore additional monitors to assist with the ones that are already in place that have been appointed by HSI, and so that at least there is more capacity, so that in the event there are breakouts, there are at least 4 people on the ground. They can pass on the message to those that are monitoring the elephants as well in terms of the collars. And then as Emvelo currently holds a standing permit on damage-causing animals. So we invoke that permit all the time that there are problem animals and we know that they are causing damage and there's a possibility of loss of life. So we still have a valid permit and we have used it in the past. The only thing was the backlash that we received, but we are legal in terms of what we did at that particular time because we have a valid permit. The ongoing awareness and training, and also Lions and Exposed, which is an NGO, came into being and also assisted us with the signboards. And currently there is collaring and contraception, which is trying to minimize on the pollution and monitor the movements of the animals. In the discussions that we had with the DM, he also indicated that we need to have an elephant management indaba, where we need to be discussing the issues of indaba. So, and we've put down August as part of the solutions that we want to do as a country now, because this is a countrywide problem. It's not only a KZN problem. In terms of the long-term solutions, we are hoping that the funding that the project has received, they'll be able to fence the entire Loziba project so that animals at least have got space, because the current space will be limited. That is why we're giving the project at least 6 to 8 months before the Loziba project is finalized. And then we're going to be investigating, although crucial, what can we do in terms of sustainable game utilization. So Chair, I want to pause there and say these are the interventions that Ezemvelo has been engaging on, and communities we do engage. We've got a WhatsApp communication group, and besides that as well, we've also agreed yesterday in a meeting that we're going to have another meeting with the community so that we give them a status update in terms of where we are with the management of these elephants. We know the incident that happened now in January, and yes, we told that the elephants were traversing in the area going into the area called El Toro, and the monitors went to check on site, and the damage was when the animals were passing through. So we haven't had any danger-causing instances where a damage caused damage had to be invoked, but we will not hesitate to use it in the event that people's lives are at danger. Thank you, Chairperson and the members.
Thank you, Mama. Are we going to get someone from the... Oh, okay. Where are we here? I'm getting disturbed here.
That's
Mr.
it.
Msimang, can you switch off your mic?
We are supposed to take questions
Okay, from members. Okay.
clarity from members, Chair.
Members, is there any clarity seeking questions? I'm going to note hands. Honorable De Block, followed by Honorable Nalumango. Those are the two hands that I see for now. Honorable De Block.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'd like to thank Mr. Msimango and Mrs. Khadebe for the presentations. I'd also like to echo the Deputy Minister Singh when he said that any loss of life is tragic, and we want to find solutions that work for people and for elephants as a first prize. That's at least my opinion. With that in mind, there's quite a lot here, Chair, that I'd like to unpack, and I'd also like to say this is an issue that was brought to our attention at very late notice, and we didn't have a lot of time to engage. I've been trying my best to get information from as many people as I can. The first is that there's an alleged 50 elephants on the loose, but other people have said there's fewer than 30. I think it's important that we get accurate facts so we can make decisions. I'd like to ask, Chair, exactly who Mr. Msimango represents. He's a community member, I accept that. He has strong views, but I think with such an issue, there's likely to be heterogeneous views across different communities, across different areas and people. And I'd like to say it's important we get a wide public consultation on such a sensitive and emotional issue. But it's good that we've had one view from the community so far. In terms of Ezemvelo KZN, the compliance notices that were issued, I think there were 3 of them. What penalties were applied? What prosecutions were made, if any? And if there weren't prosecutions, why was there not follow-up on these issues that we pointed out repeatedly, which have led to the situation? Were Moana negligent? Was EKZN negligent by not following up on their compliance notices? Some clarity there would be very helpful to work out who's responsible in the first case for these elephants being on the loose and now res nullis as time has passed. In terms of the animals that were killed in August 2024, this was in response to, I think, crop and property damage, not to the man who was sadly injured by the elephants. Does damage causing animals include taking out an entire herd for what might have been one elephant? Were there not possibilities to compensate the landowner instead of going after those elephants and equipping him with floodlights and audio deterrents and other passive means of keeping the elephants off his land? Was it necessary really to kill those animals? I know you have a permit to kill damage causing animals, but that famous quote, with great power comes great responsibility, and you still have to make informed decisions about whether it's the right case to do so. Also, following on from that, the elephant norms and standards do say that any killing of elephants should be as a last resort, having exhausted all the passive options and non-lethal options. So can the authorities really say that they've exhausted these? I think there are NGOs lining up to help prevent cases where animals need to be killed. Have those options actually been exhausted? I think it might be hasty to say yes. In terms of Loziba, I hear that Mr. Msimango has some qualms with Mr. Fold. I think it's important. It's unfortunate that Mr. Fold is not here to defend himself, and I'm wary of allowing character assassinations to take place without representation of all stakeholders. So just to state that, but I have also been told that Mr. Spu Giane, one of the local Nkosi's, holds something like 3/4 of the land that's needed for Loziba, and he's happy for it. So I don't know what the truth is there, Chair, and it's going to be very hard for us to establish that right now. The NGOs have also applied to have other elephants collared to better monitor the herds. Apparently, the application was made in December 2024, but as yet, eKZN has not approved or adjudicated, at least, on that application. It seems to me that should be prioritized given how pressing this issue is. Why the delay? The roaming permit, my understanding of roaming permits is to take care of elephants, particularly individuals, particularly bulls in must who've been kicked out of a herd, and they have a tendency to wander widely, and also because they're in must, they are usually very aggressive. I've not heard of cases where roaming permits are used to apply to entire herds of elephants. That might set a bit of a worrying precedent in that case. Last 2 points. I don't know really what's expected of the portfolio committee here. To have oversight of an issue is important, but it feels like we're being put into a corner to make a decision. I don't know if that's fair given the scant representation we've had and the little time we've had to engage with all these facts, which are very difficult to tease apart. And lastly, the department recently published the National Elephant Heritage Strategy, which is not yet departmental policy as it needs to go through public consultation, but it does give you an idea of where the department wants to go with elephant management, and it very much leans towards a human and elephant coexistence framework rather than lethally managing elephants. That seems to be maintained as a last resort, as it is in the current norms and standards. And this seems like a perfect opportunity to try and test the waters with some of those approaches and attitudes. And it seems like an opportunity here for the department to try and see if that's something that is viable. So I'd like to hear from the department on their point of view on this. We've heard from the Deputy Minister and eKZN, but not a departmental official just yet. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable de Block. Honorable Nalumango.
Thank you, Chair, and let me just welcome the presentations. And I must say that I've only interacted with 2 of the presentations, as the rest of the presentations just came so late, and it was really impossible to interact with them. But from what was presented here, I must say that there's a lot of information that clearly is missing, and, to try and piece things together, because we have a presentation from the community member that questions where Mr. Fowler falls into the whole situation. And then you have, on the other side, you have a presentation that was sent extremely late that tells you that there was a communique from the same Mr. Fowler and with Izimvelo and, on collaring the elephants. And so, I just think that we need to try and, if need be, Chair, and I know we have already set out our oversights just for us to try and go and do an oversight in that particular area. I would like now to just also ask the following questions. On what basis is Mr. Grant, because I'm not seeing where Mr. Grant Fowler fits in. Is he the new owner of Mawana? Did he purchase the property? Did he purchase the land of Mawana when the previous owner passed on? Or where does he fit into the picture? That is really not clear here. Because we want to understand as well as who have to take responsibility, as Arnold de Block has stated, who is have to take responsibility when the elephants from Mawana is grazing everywhere and are found in other people's properties, because it's stated that Mawana is a private property. And when these elephants are found in other people's properties creating damage, someone needs to take responsibility. Now I want to find out who is going to be that responsible person, take responsibility for the elephants that have created a lot of damage. I think we wouldn't want to see the animals being killed. So the responsible people to put up the fence, they need to come forward and erect that fence. I've seen now on the pictures that some fence has been put up. It's stated there by June, the end of June, perhaps that the remaining of the fence will be put up. And I would hope, because that would then ensure that these roaming elephants won't roam out of that area of Mawana where they've currently done that. So if that fence can be put up as speedily as possible, as well. And I wanted to also, noting that the department refused to cull the elephants, citing that they no longer cause harm to the community. Did an official from the department go and inspect the area? And what was their determination based on? If we could get that answer as well. And then yeah, I think I raised the issue of the fencing. And I just want us to get a clear commitment that that fence will be up by the end of June, because that will then stop the whole issue. Even it will stop the whole back and forth. If that fence goes up, Chair. And I think that would be important. Most of my questions was based on the first presentation. Other presentations have come. I've tried to speed read through them. So I would just like to know, how does Mr. Grant fit into everything? Is he the owner of Mawana, etc., or what has transpired there? I want to just find out. Someone needs to be held accountable and responsible for those animals coming out of a private area and then roaming into other people's areas. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nalma. Honorable Managa.
Chair, thank you so much. I'm partly covered by the questions that were asked by Honorable Nolumango, because my question is on the owner of the game reserve. Who owns Mawana? So if Mawana is being owned by somebody else or a private owner, why is the SMVelo taking charge of whatever the community is going through? Why are they not taking the owners? Why is the owner not taking accountability? Why is he not taking responsibility and accountability to whatever is happening? And then is the owner still available?
You are muted, Honorable Managa. I'm not sure they are still talking.
Okay.
Honorable Managa, yes, I can hear you now. You disappeared a bit.
Oh, okay, yes.
You were asking about the owner. I'm not sure that you were asking the owner.
Owner of Mawana, why is he or she not taking responsibility of whatever is happening around the community? Is it still privately owned? So I also want to know, Izimvelo now is taking responsibility. Why Izimvelo is the one that is taking responsibility? Is the owner no longer taking care of that area? Mr. Grant or Mr. Gray, who is he in the whole picture? So I don't know. There is somewhere where the presenter indicated that they can't even take those elephants to any place in Africa. I don't know where does that what is informing that statement. Because like with botanical garden, for example, Deputy Minister, if maybe there are some animals that are that need to be maybe to be given shelter, they do take those animals and give them shelter. I don't know whether it's not applicable to the elephant. We have Kruger National Parks. We have national.
Honorable Manaka, you disappeared again.
Do you hear me now?
We hear you now. You were saying that we have Kruger National Park. You
We
have
have
mention
parks,
another
yes, we
park.
have all over. Why can't they take the elephants that are terrorizing the communities to those parks if the owner or whoever cannot take care of them? I even gave an example of the botanical gardens. If whether there's a cruelty of any animal anywhere, they take charge of that animal. I don't know which legislation are they applying there. Deputy Minister and Chairperson and the rest of the team, it's not only the Manawa, the community that are around Manawa Game Reserve. In Limpopo, we also have the same incident in Madimbo and Musina, where the elephants, they're about 8, they just go out and terrorize everyone, every tree that is around. They are aggressive, those animals. They can kill, they can mess up with everything. Please, whoever is responsible must take charge. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Manaka. DM, do you want to say something before we give to SMV and also an official from DFFE to respond? There's
thank you
also
very much.
one question. There's also one question by Honorable de Block to Mr. Msemang, that who does he represent? Can we give Msemang to respond first,
Perhaps
and
he
then
come
I
in
will
first.
allow you?
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
Yeah.
thank you very much.
Mr. Msemang,
Perhaps
can
he
you
comes in
respond?
first.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the questions by Honorable Block is that number of elephants. Elephants are more than 50 because on a yearly basis, they graze with their calves. And coming to the issue of concentratives, we were informed that not all elephants, if NGOs are applying contraceptives, they are not allowed to contracept all the herd. And again, collaring, they are not using them effectively. They wait for us to tell them that there are elephants here, then they come wherever elephants are. They are not like collaring elephants to track them and to monitor them and assist the community. And the contraceptives were informed that in the report of wildlife that they are not working in the elephants. And also there is issue of funding touched by Vui. Funding is available but is not used to maintain Mawan or to fence Mawan. Chairperson, there will be no fencing that is going to be effective in June. The area that is fenced currently right now, there is more than like, there's about 20 or 15 to 20 homesteads inside it. How are you going to put elephants where there are homesteads, where there are people living in? There is an issue of land with land affairs in that particular area. Grant is not owning any land in that particular area. We don't know where grant comes from. We know the white people that were owning farms. Government land affairs bought farms for the people. I'm not sure with the issue of SBU whether it's owning land or the land was bought by government on the restitution or on the tenure on a Tenure Lands Act or whatever the case may be, but does not belong to Grant, who is there trying to build the game reserve. His involvement started when Bear's goat was killed by the elephant, and then he took an opportunity because he knew Bear's, he was his friend or whatever the case may be. When elephant went out of Mawane Game Reserve, he did not become the friends of the children of Van der Vaart. They are not seeing each other on, like they are not friends. They don't want him. That is why he could not assist in fencing Mawan. Instead, wanted to create another game reserve. There will be no elephant that will be secured at any time soon. There will be no fence that will be up by end of June on Sunday. people who are staying in those farms were chasing away people that were erecting the fence. They were chased away. They are not there. There will be no fence that's going to be up there. So the problem is going to be there.
The last
Information that's
question that
missing,
was
I
raised, who are
agree,
you
there's a lot of
representing?
information missing.
Who are you representing, Mr. Msima? Can you
No,
respond to that so
the
that we can move to
community
PM?
from Ektubegeni or Echaga. We
You
are
are representing the
situated in
community.
Ulundi, in KZN, in Ward 4 of Ulundi.
Okay.
That's where we are situated.
Thank you, Mr. Msima. DM?
No, thank you. Can I get Ezemvelo just to respond and then I can come in finally, because my information tells me last count was 28 elephants and now we're hearing 55 elephants. And Madam Chair, now we're hearing issues about farm ownership. It's getting a bit confused now.
Yeah.
And I'm also concerned that if people are erecting fences, I mean, why is the community chasing away people who are trying to protect them? So perhaps after KZN Wildlife speaks, we have to have a site inspection and then spend more time on this. But perhaps on Friday we can find some time when I'm with you, just to talk about the way forward. But start the immediate interventions of continuing with the fence. And I think if Mr. Msimango claims to be representing the community as he is, then we must please appeal to him on this platform that let whoever is erecting the fence go ahead and erect the fence as a short-term measure, irrespective of who owns the land. We need to protect life and property. So if we can get that assurance from him, at least that's done. We can, from our side, look at additional monitors for now, and then we can look at the Lozibo issue when we meet and then take it from there. By the way, Honorable Chairperson and colleagues, I was at Mteto Musha just quite coincidentally in the Kruger National Park on Saturday, where communities had also written to us. And there too, we had a very good meeting with the communities. We came up with solutions, short, medium, and long-term solutions. And, I think this is what we need to do with that community. But protection of the community and property is paramount. And please, Mr. Msimango, through you, Chair, Tabizolo, please allow that fence to because it will be some kind of a deterrent, Tabizolo. Thank you. Then I think EKZN can come in.
Thank you, DM. Thank you, Chair. I'll just mention as well, DM, that in terms of the numbers, the last count that we did and the ones that Xolani is referring to, they'll keep changing until we do the actual count. Our actual count was in October. Just after the destroying of the 9 elephants, and we were sitting at 33. And in terms of the tracking data as well, we're getting different numbers, and we're getting a number in the region that you were mentioning, DM, in the region of 28. Yeah, so I think it's time that we also send our helicopter as well to go and check as well in terms of the census to see how many do we have on site even before we go on site. So there is a commitment that I'm making in this meeting because we have a pilot in the organization that can do that. I'll leave Brent to respond to the compliance notices, but on the question that was raised as well by Honorable Andrew, on the issue of the last resort, yes, when we destroyed the 9 elephants, we explored options before then. We discussed, we contacted where we could move them. We spoke to different NGOs. We spoke to stakeholders. We even looked at the issue of translocation, even outside our borders, and none of those were working. Lethal was the only option to save lives because they were roaming in somebody else's property, and we couldn't risk anymore. If you look at the time that the incident was reported and the time that we responded as Ezemvelo, it was that time that we utilized to try and see if there are options that we could go into before we go into lethal action. So I think we've got about 2 or 3 days in between where we're trying to figure out what other options can we take besides lethal. So lethal was the last resort, and that is why after the uproar, we then changed the strategy and we decided to engage everybody that is concerned to look at other options. The collaring as well, we'll speak about the delay. Brent will speak about it. And in terms of the roaming head, the elephants that are roaming in the area, they were roaming as a as different families. They were roaming as different groups, and the ones that were destroyed were one family at the time. Now, after they were destroyed, they decided they're going to form one family and one head. So wherever they move as the entire head. So that is the current status as we know it on the ground. And in terms of the norms and standard, one of the slides that I raised was that it says that when the elephants or the animals have been declared when the elephants have been declared that they don't have an owner, they become, number one, the responsibility of the provincial authority, which in this case it's Ezemvelo. And if they are roaming at somebody's property and that person is willing to take responsibility, they do the necessary applications. Ezemvelo go and inspect as well the fences to see if they are compliant. If we are happy with the compliance, they have the right to keep those elephants in terms of the norms and standards. So in this case, nobody has taken ownership of them. That is why Ezemvelo have stepped in and they are managing the situation in the area until such time that we hear otherwise, which is why this emergency area is going to be helpful in trying to contain them because they are roaming in that area anyway. Let me pause there and ask Brent to speak on the specialties of the collaring and the delays in the compliance notices. Thank you, Chair.
Good afternoon, honourable members.
Yeah.
So in terms of the compliance notices, there's the first compliance notice was issued in and around 2018, in which specific instructions were given. That compliance notice was appealed through the necessary mechanisms to the provincial MEC, and that bounced around between our legal department, KZN Wildlife, the executives of the state, because at that time, Mr. van der Walt had already passed away. That appeal was upheld by the MEC in and around 2020, but there was some confusion in terms of what was upheld. Was it the entire appeal of the entire compliance notice or only portions of the compliance notice? Unfortunately, that coincided with the COVID-19 pandemic. Staff retiring and the legal representative of the Moana Family Trust passing away. So in that interim, nothing further happened, unfortunately, because the actual compliance notice, well, the appeal to the compliance notice was upheld. Again, in 2022, a pre-compliance notice was issued again to the single executive of the state, and that's where this process becomes quite complicated because the estate took over 6 or 7 years to actually be wound up. So amongst the siblings of the Moana Family Trust, they were fighting themselves in court as to who was or could be the executive of the state. And so a pre-compliance notice was issued to a single executor who had been given authority to be the executive of the state. The representations that came back to the pre-compliance notice were valid in that there was no cash to erect the fence. They were trying to resolve a number of other property issues that related to the state, which then, if sold, could generate enough cash that would allow for the fencing issues to be resolved. And so the pre-compliance didn't lead on to another compliance notice. In the interim, work was being conducted with the executor and with the broader Lazebo concept, of which Moana was going to form the core area around that to fence off areas and fence suitable habitat for the elephant to take place. Then in March 2024, early April 2024, another compliance, Ezemvelo then decided to go straight to a compliance notice, not to issue a pre-compliance notice, and that was issued to all members of the Moana Family Trust, because at that time the estate had been wound up in the courts, and now the Moana Family Trust owned the property known as Moana Game Reserve. The representations that came back from that were that they were not in a position to actually be issued with a compliance notice because the animals had now become res nullis. And that's where we then actually went and got legal opinion with the assistance of the officials from the department. And in fact, the animals were res nullis. And so therefore, not ownership, but the authority to manage those elephants were no longer under the Moana Family Trust, but actually then fell under the authority of the state. And in this instance, Ezemvelo, KZN Wildlife. So that is how we've never really taken that next step of prosecuting what would have been the final compliance notice, because they were not actually in a position to receive a compliance notice because they no longer actually were owners of the elephant. And that then addresses the other question is the owners of Moana, maybe that's what we should be looking at, is no longer referring to these as the Moana elephants, because it's no longer Moana Game Reserve's responsibility to manage those elephants now. They are actually deemed res nullis. And that's why KZN Wildlife has taken this authority around trying to resolve and manage the issues around that elephant population. If we look at the collaring, yes, the application was submitted to not collar additional animals, but to replace aging collars on the herd that were being used to monitor the movements. That was issued in December. But in early February, when we were obviously in the process of reviewing that application and understanding whether it fell under the authority of our permit as Isambelo, or could we issue that to an external person, we did obviously have some issues around our permitting system through a cyber attack on our systems. But we've been in contact with the proponents, the applicants, and that has actually now been resolved. So the authority has been given, but it is being done under our permit, and that has been relayed to Humane World, who are providing those collars and at the same time undertaking the contraception. It's under authority from us, so they can collar them. The contraception will be to collar all females of breeding age to ensure a 0% growth rate. But the problem is also, if you look at the science around contraception, you don't always want 0%, because otherwise you have an aging population, and that also leads to behavioral disruptions. So you're also trying to manage the behavior of the elephants through their ability to breed and stuff. But the collaring issue has been resolved. They've got authority to collar and contracept. And I think I've answered the contraception issues, not the contraception, the compliance notice issues. Thank you, honourable members.
Thank you, Brant. Honorable members and DM and colleagues, I think we need to just resolve that the FFE, Isambelo, the Mawane trustees, Grant, and Mr. Msimang, and the affected community, they should have a meeting. And that the FFE should update us in writing on the progress of this meeting, and also including the status of the fence. That we would expect the department to write. I'll just give them a due date of the 7th of July. Because now, with the information that is also lacking, we will go back and forth. So I think that we should resolve as this portfolio committee that we allow this department and these people that I've mentioned to have a meeting, but we cannot allow communities to be terrorized by elephants. So in whatever that we're doing, we should be cognizant of that. So we are resolving that as this portfolio committee, that you should meet and also update this portfolio committee by the 7th of July in writing, in the progress, and also including the status of the fence. I think that's it. Let's just leave in that, DM. Do you want to say something, DM, before I close?
Yeah, thank you very, very much. I'd just like DDG Flora just to confirm that she's heard the chair very well, DDG Flora, and then we can, I'm in your hands after that.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister, and good afternoon, members and colleagues from Isambelo. Yes, indeed, I have heard what the chairperson has said, that we need to meet with Isambelo and also with the relevant stakeholders and to provide a report back to the portfolio committee by the 7th of July. We got that very well. Thank you.
Yeah, including the status of the fence, Mamane, Mamflora.
Yeah, Mama.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Mamflora. DM, before I close, you want to say something?
No. Thank you very much. But in the meanwhile, Madam Chair and honourable members, I'm going to take a personal interest in this matter. And the department will brief me almost on a daily basis. And if there are any serious challenges, we'll attend to them. And I will even go to the area, like I went to the area in the Kruger the other day on Saturday, in Tetamusha. And we will give you that report by the 7th, but we'll also intervene when necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, TM. Honorable members, let me just refresh your mind on what we have resolved. Starting from the eThekwini, we have resolved that they must write responses and send them by the 10th of June to give us the consolidated offense and fines that the city issued in the past financial year and actions associated with fines. Number 2, we also said they must also give us the status on the law enforcement fines relating to UPL pollution and other polluters, including illegal dumping, and details on prosecution. The other one was the details on water quality of coastal waters, and also details on the cooperatives, the question that was raised by Honorable Marcus. Then we have resolved that we will call Nelson Mandela Metro again so that they can respond to the questions that were raised by the members. Then, yeah, the last one was this one that we have given to the department, that they should respond on the 7th of July. Let me take this opportunity, honorable members, and first thank the DM for attending the meeting, and also the departmental officials, also the representatives from municipalities that were here, our officials of the portfolio committee, and also the members of the portfolio committee for attending the meetings, and also for the valuable inputs that you have shared in this meeting. Thank you very much. And we have passed our time now. It is almost 1:20, and we were supposed to finish with our meeting at 1 o'clock. But with those few words, honorable members and colleagues, thank you very much. The meeting is now adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Recording stopped.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Doc.
My wife.
Bye, Commander. Bye, fighter.